Ya, halo guys. Jadi kita belajar aja hari ini ya. Mari kita belajar bersama. Standing on the deck of our newfound land, home at sunset on a summer evening, I'm suspended between two worlds. Behind me, through the screen door, I can hear a Canadian television announcer describing the latest suicide bombing in Kandahar, Afghanistan. 29 dead, 50 wounded, blood and body parts plastered on surrounding walls, the wailing of women, the outrage of men, the frightened, despairing eyes of children, unimaginable trauma. I can hardly bear to listen. Before me, to the south, lies the wild Atlantic Ocean. Its undulating swells crashing into the cliff of Skirwing Head. Kenapa Sunda anjir? Ya, bergelombang. Oke. The day dim starts slowly blinking on through a deepening azure sky as the last seabirds make their way across the horizon of two offshore islands. The tremulous cry of a loon echoes across the water and over the extraordinary beauty of this gentle scene. A distant folk horn blows its soothing benediction. This world seems incommensurable, tidak bisa terhitung bersama-sama. Apa maksud? Tak terukur. Incommensurable, tidak sepadan. Okay. And I struggled as I tried to hold them together. The first feels profane, duniawi, relating or devoted to that which is not sacred or biblical, secular rather than religious. Not sacred. Filled with human tragedy and mind-numbing suffering that comes with mortal embodied existence in a violent, polarized world. This world presents me the fragmenting reality of human conflict, destructive rage that I simply cannot metabolize, and in reaction to it, I feel myself shutting down, closing up, dissociating, leaving my body. The essence of a traumatic response. The second world feels sacred, beautiful, boundless, and eternal, opening into an ineffable mystery that soothes the soul, into what Rudolf Otto called the numinous dimension of human experience. Arousing spiritual or religious emotion. Mysterious, awe-inspiring, also supernatural. arousing spiritual or religious emotion. The idea of the holy. An inquiry to the non-rational factor in the idea of the divine and its relation to the rational. Finding element of the holy is the experience of a phenomenon which occurs the numinous. The idea of the holy used to convey moral perfection, which it does entail. It contains another distinct element beyond the ethical sphere, for which he coined the term numinous, based on the Latin word numen, etymologically unrelated to Immanuel Kant's noumenon, a Greek term which Kant used to refer to an unknowable reality underlying sensation of the thing. He explains the numinous as an experience or feeling which is not based on or reason. Experience or feeling which is not based on reason or sensory stimulation. Not based on reason ganti warna teks ini. Holy other. Otto argues that because the numinous is irreducible and sui generis, apa itu? Nothing first that meaning of its their own kind in a class by itself. Unique. Cannot be reduced to a lower concept or included in a higher concept. And that the reader must therefore be guided and led on by a consideration and discussion of the matter through the ways of his own mind until he reaches the point at which the numinous in him perforce begin to stir. In other words, our acts cannot strictly speaking be taught, it can only be evoked, awakened in the mind. of the numinous and its various aspects, he writes. The feeling of it may at times come sweeping like a gentle tide pervading the mind with a tranquil mood of deepest worship. May pass over into a more set and lasting attitude of the soul, continuing as it were thrillingly vibrant and resonant, until at last it dies away and the soul resumes its profane, non-religious mood of everyday experience. Has a crude, barbaric antecedents and early manifestations, and again it may be developed into something beautiful and pure glorious. They become the hushed, trembling, and speechless humility of the creature in the presence of whom? Of what? The presence of that which is a mystery inexpressible above all creatures. Otto felt that the numinous was most strongly present in Old and New Testaments, but that it was also present in all other religions. This Otto's most famous influential book and its conception of the holy had a significant impact on the history of religion and other disciplines of religious studies. According to scholar Douglas Allen, the book's two major contributions were its emphasis on an experimental approach involving the description of the essential structures of religious experience, and the reductionist approach involving the unique numinous quality of all religious experience. Okay. Bingung, abashed. Primary immediate object is outside the self. Mental state presents itself as Ganzadir, holy other, andere. Condition absolutely sui generis and incomparable, whereby the human being finds himself utterly abashed. Otto's use of the term as referring to characteristic of religious experience was influential among certain intellectuals of the subsequent generation. Numinous, as understood by Otto, was frequently quoted concept in the writings of Carl Jung and C.S. Lewis. Lewis described the numinous experience, the problem of pain, as follows. Human pain, animal pain, and hell are not sufficient reason to reject belief in a good and powerful God. Not primarily arguing the truth of Christianity but describing its origin. A task necessary if we are to put the problem of pain in its right setting. It begins by addressing the flaws in common arguments against the belief in a just loving and all-powerful God, such as if God were good, He would make His creatures perfectly happy, and if He were almighty, He would be able to do what He wished. But the creatures are not happy, therefore God likes either goodness or power or both. Topics include human suffering and sinfulness, animal suffering, and the problem of hell, and seeks to reconcile with these an omnipotent force beyond ourselves. Menarik. The world is so bad that human ever attribute it to a benevolent deity. He then describes 3 attributes that all developed religions have, and a 4th attribute peculiar to Christianity. Acknowledgement of morality. The numinous as guardian of the morality, actual historical events. Ini bacaan bagus nih, C.S. Lewis ya, oke. Untuk kalian yang masih ragu dengan keberdayaan greater forces, suppose you were told there was a tiger in the next room, you would know that you were in danger. Hello, I'm a new subscriber. I know you from Game Dev Studio. Nice to meet you. Halo Peter, apa kabar Pi? Terima kasih sudah subscribe ya. Game Dev Studio, mantap. Aku bukan game developer anjir. Nih, buku bagus P. Mempertanyakan. Weh, di sini kah kau? Bentar aku. Oh, anjir di sini. Oke. Bentar aku kayaknya harus matiin streamer mode deh biar kedengeran. Orang join. Oke. Sudah kembali ke baca-baca. Lagi ngapain Bi? Lagi oke. Lagi kenapa ngetik anjir? Kalau rigging gue ngomong aja lah. Oh iya, benar juga, ngelek ya. Bentar, nyampe mana tadi? Lewis described the numinous experience in the problem of pain as follows. Suppose you were told there was a tiger in the next room. You would know that you were in danger and would probably feel fear. But if you were told there is a ghost in the next room and believe it, you would feel indeed what is often called fear, but of a different kind. It would not be based on the knowledge of danger, for no one is primarily afraid of what a ghost may do to him, but of the mere fact that it is a ghost. It is uncanny rather than dangerous, and the special kind of fear it excites may be called dread. Where the uncanny one has reached the fringe of the numinous. Now suppose that you were told simply there is a mighty spirit in the room and believe it, your feelings would then be even less the mere fear of danger, but disturbance would be profound. You would feel wonder and a certain shrinking, a sense of inadequacy to cope with such a visitant and of prostration before it, an emotion which might be expressed in Shakespeare's words, under it my genius is rebuked. This feeling may be described as awe, and the object which excites it as the numinous. Oke, jadi numinous itu mungkin kalau dijelaskan dengan kata-kataku sendiri, suatu perasaan yang timbul atas kepercayaan yang jika dilihat oleh orang lain tidak masuk akal. Misal gimana kita pada berlomba-lomba mencari Lailatul Qadar, padahal kayak Lailatul Qadar katanya hewan-hewan pada tidur apa gitu, gimana langit tidak mendung, tidak cerah dan lain sebagainya. Tapi orang-orang mencari karena itu suatu momen ya, dimana kita mendapatkan ganjaran yang melimpah.
BTW Ray, lu kenapa tahu pengen belajar psikologi cuy?
Gara-gara aku main Caligula Effect coy. Jadi kan aku main Caligula Effect dan pengen bikin video soal itu. Nah, setelah main itu ternyata setiap karakter yang ada di situ punya trauma. Makanya aku pengen belajar psikoterapi biar bisa bahas di video itu trauma dan cara mengatasi dan lain sebagainya.
Anjay, totalitas banget dah.
Aku tiap bikin video begini coy.
Oh, riset dulu, gila.
Yoi. Sedikit lagi soal numinous. Jung applied the concept of the numinous to psychology and psychotherapy, arguing it was therapeutic and brought greater self-understanding, and stating that to him religion was about a careful and scrupulous observation of the numinosum. The notion of numinous and the holy other were also central to the religious studies of ethnologist Mircea Eliade. Nggak ngerti itu siapa. Mysterium de Tremendum, another phrase coined by Otto to describe the numinous, is presented by Aldous Huxley in The Doors of Perception. Oke, jadi Jung bilang numinous itu membuat seorang individu jadi paham soal dirinya sendiri. Aku penasaran gimana kelanjutannya dari hal ini. Gak ada kah? Carl Jung about numinous. Forbearon to emphasize Kairas Deo Sontos, gak ngerti. Hebrew, Yahudi. It is a fearful thing to fall in the hands of the living God. The experience of the self is always a defeat for the ego. The first of the above quote was cited in the previous blog essay, and in one note in that essay I indicated that the following essay would provide further discussion of the Hebrew quote. In that essay, Jung has so much to say. In this point was explicitly, the divine is never a pleasant experience for the ego. This is because of pride. The ego does not like to think consciousness might lose its ascendancy. Oke, jadi suatu entitas yang suci itu memang selalu bertentangan dengan ego kita. Makanya itu di Islam kita harus selalu menahan hawa nafsu ya guys ya.
Tapi di situ Hebrew coy. Hebrew itu apa tuh?
Yahudi. Apa?
Yahudi. Oh.
Bukan Yahudi sih, apa sih namanya? Ibrani. ego fancies it in its universe.
Ibrani itu yang Zionis tuh atau kagak gitu?
Lokasinya.
Oh. betul.
Jung interest in this issue discussion the numinous. And this essay will define this term, provide some features and qualities of the numinous. Numen is a Latin word untuk menunduk. Bukan menunduk, mengangguk. Its original meaning was anggukan. Might as well wonder how it comes to have anything to do with the divine self and Jung concert. It came to mean divine will or divine power of the gods. From the Greek and Roman practice of going to a temple to consult the will of the gods, at times when a person confronted in a serious decision in the temple, the supplicant would stand before a statue of God, state his problem and ask the God for guidance, and then watch the statue. Oh, jadi di agama Yunani dan Romawi dulu ada semacam sholat istikharah juga. It seemed to not. The person knew God approved the tack he planned to take. Ini skizo nggak sih? Sorry guys ya, tapi terlihat seperti skizo kalau begini. The other three words mentioned above, numinous, numinosum, and numinosity, Jung used frequently and all of them derive from numen. Jadi kalau dipikir-pikir, kita istikharah itu juga skizo, terlihat seperti skizo dari orang yang nggak ngerti soal konsepnya itu. Jadi apakah agama itu sebuah escapism? Anjay. Numinous was an invented word coined in what is invention. Otto felt the need of specialized word to describe the concept of holy without the moral factor or rationality than we usually attach to holy. He sought to describe this extra in the meaning of holy above beyond the meaning of goodness. Sebenarnya di bahasa Arab ada istilah lain, istilah yang sudah ada dari dulu juga untuk menjelaskan numinous itu apa. Bahasa Arab namanya goib ya gitu ya. Kejadian goib, spiritual. To create this neologism, Otto started with numen and then looked for analogies. Found one in omen, ominous. Oke, cari soal Jung gimana? Explicit qualities people are likely to feel. Memorable numinous is not easily to put where ineffable is another of its feature. Jung witnessed every day the power and impact of the numinous had in the lives of patients wrestling with their complexes, encountering archetypes and confronting the unconscious. Coming from collective unconscious, the numinous is uncontrollable and outside conscious volition, often linked to synchronicity. The feeling of luminosity would grow in patience as the number of synchronous events become more numerous. Jadi kan di sini jelaskan kalau numinous ini hal yang tidak masuk akal gitu, tapi bisa membuat kita merasakan sesuatu, misalnya ketakutan kayak atau amazement tuh bahasa Indonesianya apa? Kekaguman.
Terkagum.
Yeah. Misalnya orang berargumen dengan logical fallacy, apakah itu termasuk numinous?
Orang S2 di LinkedIn bisa logical fallacy loh gitu.
Iyalah, logical
habis
fallacy
itu
ada di setiap manusia.
di spam dulu tuh kata-kata. di spam mulu tuh kata-kata tuh.
Logical fallacy. Ntar aku spam kata-kata numinous aja. Jung saw in his own life and the lives of his patient and colleagues just how powerful an impact the numinous can have. It feed hunger of the soul and provide feelings of liberation and relief. Numinous also ineluctable. It cannot be ignored. When people try to ignore its states, Jung saw how things started to go badly, eventually leading to physical symptoms as the self tried to get the individual's attention. Oke, kayaknya cukup deh ngomongin soal numinous dimension. Kita lanjut baca bukunya. How do we manage to live a full life between these two worlds? How is it possible to live an ensouled life after the Kandahars of our traumatic childhood? And how is it possible without using either world as an escape from the other, without bypassing the realities of human suffering on the one hand or discounting the reality of those infinite and ineffable mysteries that the poet Czeslaw Milosz called second space on the other? In Heschel's language, how do we maintain our dual allegiance? How do we honor our citizenship in both realms? Oke, jadi buku ini mempertanyakan bagaimana cara hidup di kedua alam. Alam yang profane atau apa bahasa Indonesianya profane, duniawi ya, duniawi aja lah, nggak apa-apa, cukup masuk akal. Alam yang profane dengan alam numinous goib. Kita hidup di alam goib.
What? Kenapa tahu-tahu hidup di alam goib?
Karena itu tadi, numinous ini bisa diartikan goib kayaknya dalam bahasa Arab. Dan kita selalu merasakan kayak suatu keagungan gitu kan. Misalnya kalau kita jalan-jalan ke misalnya gunung gitu, takjub lihat betapa indahnya gunung. Padahal ya udah itu gunung doang gitu kan. Cuman dengan adanya gunung tuh kita merasa ada suatu hal yang mungkin lebih besar dari kita yang bisa menciptakan gunung itu tadi gitu. Dan itu bisa aja merilekskan, menenangkan diri kita tentang hal-hal yang bikin kita stres di dunia. Dan itu alam yang pertama, alam duniawi.
I see.
Title of this book is Trauma and the Soul, and this title captures the two worlds and their relationship. And I wish to explore in the following pages. This exploration will take us into some of the mystical or spiritual aspect of my psychotherapeutic work. Minum.
Lu sakit tenggorokan juga deh.
Enggak, tenggorokanku kan ini lemah sebenarnya. Jadi sebenarnya nggak bisa ngomong lama-lama, banyak.
Gue kira lu lagi itu radang juga sama kayak gue.
Tidak jadi. Lagi ada tukang bangunan lagi renov rumah, jadi mohon maaf suara alat-alat pertukangannya. As we
Di gua kagak kedengeran.
kalau di Discord iya, cuman yang di stream kayaknya denger.
Oh, nggak ada filter gitu ya?
Nggak aku kasih. Nah, this exploration will take us into some of the mystical or spiritual aspect of psychotherapy. My psychotherapeutic work with patients who have suffered from early childhood trauma as we proceed through the many clinical vignettes and theoretical commentary that follows them. Heschel's reminder that we are citizens of two realms and must sustain a dual allegiance will be a guiding thread, a binocular metaphysicology within which my otherwise clinical description will be framed as interpreted. I believe that any adequate theoretical understanding of the personal self, and such an understanding is always the implicit foundation of a psychotherapeutic approach, must include its infinite reach and spiritual potential, as well as finite limitation and material determinants. Oke, ada limit dari approach spiritualnya ini tadi. Seperti apa ya kita lihat saja nanti di bukunya, cuman aku mau mencari Heschel Two Worlds. Dual Allegiance. We do not leave the shore of the known in search of adventure or suspense, or because the failure of reason to answer our question. We sail because our mind is like a fantastic seashell, and when applying our ear to its lips, we hear a perpetual murmur from the waves beyond the shore. Citizens of two realms, we all must sustain a dual allegiance. American Rabbi, one of the leading theologians and Jewish philosopher of 20th century. His writing is essentially a treatise on how human beings can understand God. While distinctively Jewish in its theological frame, the book has much to offer the contemporary seeker, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, or another faith. Even the agnostic among us, who are many, would appreciate Heschel's writing, for he is far more universal than one might suppose. I am particularly attracted to the last sentence from the opening quote, "Citizen of two realms, we all must sustain a dual allegiance." Heschel seems to be suggesting that we humans live in two realities that are of equal value. This idea is very much in keeping with the writings of the great wisdom tradition, as well as the field of depth psychology. While most of us today we live very much consciously aware of a realm of paychecks, grocery store, and automobiles, we also have an intuitive sense that there is something else. Okay. Dual allegiance dicetuskan siapa tadi namanya? Heschel Abraham Joshua Heschel. Oh, American, berarti Joshua bukan Yoshua. Bagaimana cara hidup di kedua alam, yang profane dalam
ini alam gaib nih cuma psikologi, bukan alam kuantum gitu.
Ya, goibnya itu dalam artian psikologi sih di sini. Cuman
nggak energi kuantum kayak orang konspiratif itu kan?
Bukan. Aduh, kuantum
soalnya gaib di kuantum beda lagi, nggak ada hubungannya sama hantu.
Oke. Mana lagi tadi? something else is difficult to describe, so we do not tell it or even talk about it most of the time. Misalnya orang yang sama sekali yang ngaku sangat rasional gitu, mereka mengalami pengalaman luminous ini seperti apa kira-kira? Apakah langsung dicampakkan begitu saja? Given an opportunity and a safe environment, I have found people eager to tell their encounters with the sacred realm. Years ago, I preached an unusual sermon while visiting Trinity Church in Chelmsford, MA, nggak ngerti itu di mana, Michigan, bukan MA itu mana? Mahkamah Agung bukan. Oh, Massachusetts. Okay. The homily consisted of 4 stories of encounters by people who experienced something out of the ordinary. In conversation with congregation members after the worship service, an older man described a time in his late 20s when he heard a voice caution his over-obsession with his career. That encounter was described holy, changed his entire approach to his family. I vowed to spend more time with my wife and children. In 50 years since that voice spoke to me, I've never regretted that decision. Increasingly, I hear stories like this from people. They had something unusual happen, but they never told anyone. It's as if that old joke rings true. Why is that when someone says they talk to God, we call it prayer, but if they say God talk to them, we call it crazy? Iya, bagaimana? Kenapa? For a long time, that had been the prevailing attitude in our society, but it's beginning to change. More people are coming forward with their stories of experience of this other realm. Last week, I spent 3 days with Andy Rood, the US-American theologian who has written extensively about the secular society as a context for ministry. He outlined a gradual shift from the sacred to the secular over the last 500 years. He made the case obvious to many that we no longer live in a culture that lives in a fully sacred framework. Today, our experience of life is guided by rational and scientific. One example that illustrates this shift: if your child got sick in the 1400s, you thought it to be an attack of the devil or demons and sought out a healer, shaman, or priest to rid the child of the demons. One lived in a spirit-infused time. Today, if your child is sick, you take them to a medical doctor. You think it might be an infection and need antibiotics or another treatment. While we welcome the prayers of friends, it's unlikely you will rely on prayers alone. Ya benar, kalau sakit kita berdoa dan juga ikhtiar dengan datang ke dokter. Excuse me. Dr. Root pointed out that we are grateful for many of the accomplishments of living in a secular worldview. For example, antibiotics, indoor plumbing, food safety, and transportation makes our life safer, longer, and more comfortable. I'll be honest, I like living in the secular scientific worldview. I'm writing this on a computer that allows me to edit with ease, in a room that's heated following breakfast, that was easily procured. Life is good in secular world. Ya benar, karena dunia itu fana. Makanya life is good untuk sekarang. Cuman kita sama sekali nggak tahu apa yang ada di beyond the secular world gitu. Ancaman atas, ini kayak kata C.S. Lewis tadi, ancaman atas kita dimasukkan ke neraka, ancaman atas berdosa, itu tidak membuat kita jadi sangat takut untuk berbuat dosa. Karena ya pengetahuan kita tentang luminous world itu tadi masih sangat minim. The secular world gone too far. Have we so emphasized rationality? We have pushed away from the sacred. Early founder of modern psychology, along with Sigmund Freud. Jung parted ways with Freud primarily over the latter, insisting that all neurosis is about repressed sexuality. Jung then set about lifelong project that focused on its spiritual dimension. While there is much in his collected works about psychology, we can find a great deal about Jung's effort to help the modern world rediscover a new way of accessing the sacred. Fortunately, Jung was misunderstood in his lifetime, though today his work is receiving a more favorable audience. Means that it is not Christianity, but our conception and interpretation of it has become antiquated in the face of the present world situation. The Christian symbol is a living thing that carries in itself the seed of further development. Benar, guys. Memang benar, kita harus berdoa, tapi doa doang tidak membuat kita aman di dunia. Kita juga harus berusaha. Banyak anak banyak rezeki, terus tiba-tiba kamu bikin anak yang banyak. Good. Tanpa mempertimbangkan anakmu nanti bagaimana. Deeply concerned about this imbalance. If Heschel and Jung are correct, and we do it in two realms, yet increasingly ignore we have become one-sided in valuing only the world we can see, touch, and taste. Another way to think of it is our emphasis on the five senses to neglect the sixth sense. Anjay, indera keenam, indigo. This causes us to be heavily materialist in our orientation. The word materialist because it seems to describe our orientation towards things. It also results in a materialistic emphasis that pairs well with consumer capitalism. Ini mah menurutmu bukan menurut Jung ya, tapi nggak apa-apa lah. Oke, balik ke bukunya. Many contemporary psychoanalysts are exploring what William James described long ago as mystical states of consciousness. Apa tuh? Mystical states of consciousness. Mystical state of consciousness. Yale Horn, W.F. Kelly. Haruskah kita buka Sci-Hub di stream ini? Personal religious experience has its root and center in mystical state of consciousness. Many philosophers after Jung disagree with this assessment. They argue that mystical experience is simply one specific kind of religious experience, instead of the basis of all religious experience, and that there are many types of religious experience which are not mystical in nature. Mystical state of consciousness. Siang Rai, halo Arsid. Join, kita belajar bersama. Aku lihat kamu sedang main FF7. Semoga vibe belajarnya cocok dengan permainan FF7 dengan soundtrack Nobuo Uematsu. Bentar, aku lupa di FF7 itu membahas tentang ketuhanan juga ya, selain etika cloningan.
Lebih ke apa ya? Live stream gitu loh, kayak energi kehidupan.
I see.
Nggak ketuhanan sih, cuman bisa orang jadi ateis jadi gitu. Kalau main FF.
Masuk akal. Baru mulai ya, semangat ya. Tapi FF tuh gak ada yang panjang sih. Mentok-mentok FF tuh cuma 40 jam. Jadi
hitungannya ada itu.
ya, untuk game pada umumnya panjang, cuman untuk dalam lingkup JRPG 40 jam tuh biasa lah.
Tapi kalau sekarang mah tuh udah panjang dong 40 jam. Sampai-sampai dijadiin sequel di remake-nya gitu.
Iya anjir.
Iya, yang apa, yang aturannya satu full paket game gitu, karena modernisasi gitu dipotong-potong gitu.
Ya lumayan itu kalau dimainin sejam sehari lumayan juga. Kamu tidak bermain JRPG sejam sehari ya Arsin? Jangan. Tidak enak rasanya. Minimal 2 jam lah.
Apa, sepupu gua nametin game RPG itu kata dia sebulanan gitu.
Ya kalau misal aku dulu juga sih waktu masih sekolah itu yang kesibukannya masih kerjain PR dan lain sebagainya. Kalau nggak salah aku namatin apa ya waktu itu, ya Kingdom Hearts lah. Kingdom Hearts tuh aku namatin sekitar 3 minggu. Dan itu play time-nya cuma 20 jam. 20.
Bentar, gua mah 3 harian buat Kingdom pertama coy. Yang satu kan Kingdom Hearts lama kan.
Yang kedua.
Yang kedua. Yang satu coy yang lama.
Yang satu lama soalnya susah anjir.
Mapnya kagak ada. Emang tipikal game lama tuh udah mapnya kagak ada, cari jalan susah.
Nomor 1 susah coy.
Dan gue mainnya betul versi lama, jadi masih ada cerita si Tarzan gitu. Kalau yang versi modern nggak ada Tarzannya gitu. Gue yang main versi yang map Tarzan tuh paling gue benci.
Sama.
Kalau misalnya hilang gue bersyukur nggak apa-apa hilang lah itu.
Khususnya yang waktu daerah rawa-rawa itu loh, aduh.
Iya, aduh. Anjir. Nggak apa-apa lah itu dihilangin tuh Tarzan, masalah lisensi ya, kalau tuh hilangin aja dah.
Selain Tarzan apa ya yang nggak ada?
Itu sih gue inget Tarzan gitu karena
ada 2
lisensi
kok.
gitu.
Satunya apa ya? Lupa deh.
Cuman Kingdom Hearts 1 sih yang apa ya, ceritanya menurut gue kayak naik turun gitu. Kayak ada sesi-sesi down-nya gitu kan, nggak ada super power gitu.
Ya setidaknya Kingdom Hearts 1 itu ceritanya kelar.
Iya.
Ya dari awal sampai akhir kalau kamu main Kingdom Hearts 1 doang tuh mantap gitu. Cuman kalau misalnya udah selain main Kingdom Hearts 1, misalnya main Birth by Sleep doang, ini apa anjir, nggak paham kan.
Iya juga. Soalnya pas main Kingdom Hearts 2 gitu kayak ini siapa aja. Kayak kita awal-awal gue benci banget nih karakter kagak ada surah, waktu keinginan kita tercapai gitu malah kangen sama dia. Nyebelin.
Birth by Sleep itu kacau sih, real, nggak jelas anjir, tiba-tiba 3 orang ini siapa.
Bad ending gue. Bad ending ya. Birth by Sleep.
Main 3-3-nya juga biar paham.
Yang belum gue mainin Kingdom Hearts 3 sih, masalahnya itu cuy. Gue ragu tuh beli game, kan gue lagi boycott Disney cuy.
Kingdom Hearts 2 itu malah banyak no konteks. Iya, itu gak jelasnya. Gini, misalnya Chain of Memories ya. Aku paham Kingdom Hearts 2 itu setelah Chain of Memories. Dan Chain of Memories itu sebelumnya itu udah rilis gitu. Orang harus main itu dulu biar paham kenapa Sora bisa terkunci di situ, dan soal
sama
dunia.
Itu coy, yang days apalah gitu.
Nah,
Change
itu dia.
Memory sama days itu.
The Revive It Over 2 Days. Kita
abis itu baru ngerti Kingdom Hearts 2 gitu.
Itu rilis setelah Kingdom Hearts 2. Sedangkan ceritanya Kingdom Hearts 2 udah jalan. Mereka expect kita udah paham ceritanya Days dulu untuk menikmati Kingdom Hearts 2. Sedangkan Days rilisnya setelah Kingdom Hearts 2. Gimana maksudmu?
Lagi tuh pantesan cuy. Kingdom Hearts 2.
Aneh anjir. Ya, lanjut ke William James.
Buat ngerti Kingdom Hearts 3 kita mesti mainin berbasis loop gitu biar tahu karakter-karakter
Nggak
si
cuman
cewek
semua anjir, game gacanya pun juga harus kita mainin karena game gacanya apparently canon.
yang online itu.
Ada.
Iya kan? Yang online itu kan yang sebelum head cerita utama gitu.
Iya benar. Dream Drop Distance 3DS juga ya. Iya benar. Dream Drop Distance juga harus mainin karena itu right before nomor 3 kan ininya.
Itu yang di game Nintendo DS itu kan yang.
Iya 3DS. Yang ini.
Apa coba gue mana ada Nintendo coy gue itu.
Iya anjir.
Expect mainin semuanya apalah Square Enix.
Enggak, ini bukan salahnya Square Enix sih. Square Enix bikin game yang bagus juga kayak Romancing Saga ya, cuman kamu main satu judul aja udah cukup. Final Fantasy juga, Final Fantasy nomor berapapun kamu main langsung paham. Ini salahnya Nomura aja.
Nomura ya.
KH udah kayak disuruh beli semua konsol. Iya.
Direkturnya coy disalahin coy.
Iyalah, gara-gara dia emang. Kamu lihat Final Fantasy 15 Nomura juga. Tamatnya, gamenya gak tamat ya. Tamatnya di novel, kamu harus baca novel.
Wah itu apa ya? Game apa ya? Kayak kata orang tuh, orang dilema nilai Final Fantasy 15 ini game bagus atau kagak gitu.
Tidak.
Kalau secara umum kata orang kan bagus-bagus aja sih, cuman sebagai fans Final Fantasy kan yang udah nemetin game 40 jam sebulanan gitu, ini game Final Fantasy terburuk gitu, ceritanya kagak jelas. Iya kan?
Nomura mending pensiun deh, kamu jadi art designer doang, jangan jadi director. Aduh.
Cuman iya cuy, Final Fantasy 15 tuh kayak trailernya kayak wah banget gitu, kayak apapun bisa dieksplor, perang gede gitu, summon sana sini. Ternyata kayak apa ya, kayak game Monster Hunter doang terus. Kayak ngerjain misi kagak jelas gitu, open world nggak keren-keren amat gitu. Aduh,
game nggak kelar juga.
Ya. DLC-nya bejibun aja.
Sandor Veronese was a noteworthy pioneer, writing of uncanny healing connection in transference and counter-transference with traumatized patient. Gimana maksudnya? Noteworthy pioneer, writing an uncanny healing connection in transference and counter-transference. Apa itu transference? Fenomena psikologis di mana seseorang mengalihkan perasaan, harapan atau sikap dari satu orang ke orang lain, terutama dalam hubungan interpersonal seperti terapi. It's a phenomenon within psychotherapy in which repetition of old feelings, attitudes, desires, or fantasy that someone displays are subconsciously projected onto a here and now person. Had solely concerned feeling from a primary relationship during childhood. Someone displaces. Displace itu bahasa Indonesianya apa? Menggantikan. Subconsciously projected onto a here and now person. Oke, jadi transference 15 Juli kok hari, ya Allah, iya bener juga ya, malas aku bener ini. Itu template ya, aku lupa ngeganti angkanya karena angka menakutiku. Anyway, transference, terima kasih remindernya. Hal yang memengaruhi seseorang secara tidak sadar. Misal kebiasaan apa lagi tadi? Ya kebiasaan pokoknya yang meliputi apa feeling perasaan, attitude itu kelakuan, bukan kelakuan. Apa yang lebih enaknya bahasa Indonesia ya? Perilaku. Nah, perilaku fantasi seseorang, final fantasy anjay. Sehingga individu tersebut menjadi individu yang sekarang. Kalau counter transference apaan? Therapist's emotional reaction to a patient which is influenced by the therapist's own unresolved issues and past experience. Redirection of feelings toward a patient or becoming emotionally entangled with them. This concept is central to the understanding of therapeutic dynamics in psychotherapy. Therapist unconscious feeling influenced by their patient. Simpatinya gitu kah counter transference? Ongoing challenge for therapists, stating the need for therapists to be aware and in control of these feelings. While Freud mainly saw countertransference as a personal issue for the therapist, his private correspondence indicates a deeper interest and understanding of its complexity. Ya, kalau misalnya teman kita itu curhat sama kita itu posisinya jadi terapis kan. Curhat sama kita itu, yang mereka curhatin sama kita itu yang jadi transference mereka secara subconscious, secara tidak sadar. Dan terapis sendiri punya pengalaman transference yang membentuk pribadi mereka seperti sekarang ini. Dan apa yang menjadi curhatan orang itu membentuk opini baru yang dikaitkan sama transference-nya sendiri. Itu yang dinamakan counter transference. Hal yang tidak sehat dari counter transference ini adalah lu mah mending lah gue, itu dia.
Iya.
Broaden to include unconscious reaction should by therapist on his.
Aduh nasib.
Yeah. It should evade objectivity and limit therapeutic effectiveness. Impede ini apa? Menghalangi. For example, a therapist might unconsciously want a patient to succeed due to personal connection, leading to a biased approach in therapy. Oke, jadi ini masalah dalam psikoterapi ya guys ya, counter transference. Hal yang dirasakan lawan bicara, jangan terapis, lawan bicara, saat seseorang menyuarakan transference mereka padanya. Masalah utama dalam psikoterapi yang dialami oleh terapis secara pribadi. Biasanya karena dikaitkan dengan transference miliknya sendiri. Ini menarik, jadi kita akan coba tonton di YouTube ya guys ya, soal transference dan counter transference. Kenapa thumbnailnya kayak gini sih? Aku jadi tidak semangat untuk melihat video ini.
Video apa cuy?
Ini video, bentar aku share screen ke Discord juga kali.
Touch of the Dead Unblockable itu.
Touch of the Dead Unblock. Bukan, soal transference dan counter transference. Change stream.
Buset, lu kayak nungguin banget tuh Hunter Nen Impact tuh.
Emang
apa tuh game PSP tuh coy.
Game-nya jelek banget, makanya aku nungguin banget coy. Apa kayak so bad it's good gitu loh.
So bad it's good.
Emosi yang diberikan dari pecurhat ke terapis juga bisa diterima oleh terapis, sehingga membuat terapis empati terhadap pecurhat, sehingga terapis menjadi tidak objektif dalam memberikan saran. Iya. Nggak cuman empati, bisa jadi emosi ditimbulkan dari terapis bisa dirasakan oleh pecurhat, sehingga memvalidasi perasaan pendapat pecurhat walaupun dia bisa aja salah benar. Yang itu makanya counter transference itu sulit. Karena apa ya? Nggak semua orang itu fasih dalam menggunakan bahasa atau kata-kata gitu. Musiknya dimatiin dulu.
Today I want to talk with you about transference in therapy. What is
Buset, gue belum lihat thumbnail lagi. Lanjut aja dulu.
Nah, bukan ini. Thumbnailnya yang aku gak suka ini. Nih, I'm in love with.
Oh lah, iya. Gue gak juga suka cuy. Okay, skip
why
lah.
does it happen, and how can we make it stop? First, let's define transference. Now, transference describes an experience when a person unconsciously redirects certain feelings, expectations, or desires onto someone else. Now, this most commonly occurs in therapy, meaning a client transfers all of this stuff onto their therapist, but it can happen in our regular life too. Now, the reason that it's called transference is because we're transferring all of those feelings, desires, expectations onto someone else and trying to essentially recreate a past relationship that could have been hurtful. Oftentimes it's like a parental type role, but it can be romantic too. Let's say we had a really abusive or neglectful significant other, or abusive or neglectful mother-father. We can transfer all that we feel and all that's happened in that relationship onto another person. And like I said, it's most commonly your therapist. And the reason that they think that transference occurs most commonly in therapy is because it's essentially a safe place. And so oftentimes it allows our subconscious to really speak, and we can emote more because it's kind of that environment where we're supposed to be doing that in the first place. And I also briefly want to touch on what countertransference is, because I'm sure if you looked up transference at any time, you saw countertransference as another definition. Now, countertransference is kind of what it sounds like. If we as a client are transferring some feelings and desires and expectations onto the therapist or onto someone else, that other person can counter back and react out of it. And what that really means in therapy is that the therapist hasn't got their shit together. They haven't been in therapy themselves, or it's been a while, or maybe they're having a really long day, because we're human too, right? We're not perfect. But countertransference is when we, as the person who's been transferred onto, reacts out of those expectations and those feelings. And usually it's kind of like a negative thing, meaning if you were to transfer onto me all that you felt about your neglectful father and I get angry and frustrated and I act out like that, that would be what we would consider countertransference. Does that make sense? I hope it's clear. I'll also put in the description like my own definition if this isn't making sense to you. Now, transference can be both good and bad, meaning the emotions or the things that we're transferring onto someone else can be good things or bad things. So know that it's not always a bad thing. We can be transferring on loving, hopeful, good feelings because it's, you know, the relationship with maybe our closest grandma or aunt that we're transferring onto our therapist or our friend. And know that transference in therapy can also be romantically based, meaning that we may transfer on some loving romantic feelings. I've heard from a lot of people that they've even, you know, quote unquote stalked their therapist, like looked up stuff about them online so they could figure out where they lived and how many kids they have and see pictures of them on Facebook. Know that that's all kind of part of this, and it's completely normal. The thing that's the most important is that when we feel these things coming up, when we find ourselves putting all of those emotions and expectations, or maybe having romantic feelings for our therapist, that we talk about it in therapy. And I know many of you just cringed and like hid your face because I don't want to talk about it. What are they going to think? Like I said at the very, very beginning, this is so incredibly normal. It's part of the therapeutic process for many people. And the sooner we start talking about it in therapy, the sooner it'll go away. Because when transference isn't addressed or worked through in therapy, it can leave us at that spot. Meaning, if we were acting out of a child time memory, like we're transferring on a childhood memory in a relationship with a person when we were a child, if that's where we're coming from, it can leave us feeling like that child again without any tools to cope. And it can make us feel very frantic, very vulnerable, and extremely scared. Like I said, transference can occur in therapy and out of therapy. When it's happening outside of therapy, I just want to caution you, if we notice it's happening and we can feel it, it's extremely dangerous because people aren't going to really know how to respond. A lot of people out there aren't therapists and don't even know what transference is and wonder why you're acting so differently towards them. And so it can actually put us in a situation.
Aku pernah ini baru aja kayak gitu barusan. Dan aku ngomong ke orang tua gitu kan. Aku gak sadar, secara tidak sadar tiba-tiba aku nangis. Dan ya apa malah tanggapan ya salah mungkin ya, aku kira itu saatnya meluapkan semua emosiku yang terpendam gitu. Itu akhirnya aku ngerasa kayak apa yang aku curhatin waktu kecil dulu yang aku pendam dari kecil. Dan ya karena tidak semua orang paham tentang transference ini, akhirnya di sini dijelaskan kalau aku nangis gara-gara itu namanya transference. Memposisikan diri saat apa yang kita curhatkan tadi. Oke, masuk akal.
Where we're extremely vulnerable and we may be acting out of that childlike state, and we've left ourselves open, and someone can be very damaging and lash out.
Benar, ini yang terjadi.
Or cut us out of their life and cut off completely. And that can leave us feeling even more lost and even more hurt and almost leave us stuck in that childhood or that childlike experience. But when this happens in therapy, it's truly so helpful. What it shows me as a therapist is what stuff do we really need to work on? Are there things that we haven't even touched on because we've been so busy managing other symptoms? This tells me when there's unresolved stuff. It's almost like a little red flag, like, hey, over here, you forgot to work on this. And so know that it's not seen as a negative thing. It's actually, to me, very positive, because then I can take that information, we can take all that you've been putting at me and pulling into the room, and we can talk about it. We can process it. I can realize maybe that relationship is what we need to be working on most, so that we can give you the space and time to heal. Give you some tools so that you don't feel stuck in that space. You don't feel like you have to try to keep recreating those relationships, hoping for a different outcome. We, together, can work on some tools and give you some things to use so that that stops happening altogether. So just
Ya, cukup segitu saja. Bentar. Contoh mudah itu ketika ada drama VTuber, ketika ada korban yang play victim, cenderungnya orang lain marah dan ikut marah, sehingga terjadi gelombang emosi tanpa adanya mengecek latar belakang isu tersebut. Benar. Counter transference terjadi tidak hanya saat sesi terapi ya guys ya, tapi itu apa namanya? Human behavior, regular human behavior. Alhamdulillah. Nah, itu cuman satu kalimat di buku ini, anjir, aku nyarinya kemana-mana. Selanjutnya, Wilfred Bion spoke of the ineffable reality of O, or the Godhead, as the ultimate source of transformation in psychotherapy. Apalagi itu? Godhead. Dalam konteks agama Kristen merujuk pada esensi atau substansi Allah, yaitu Allah Bapa, Anak Yesus, dan Roh Kudus. Kayak Trinitas itu kah? Ya, Tritunggal.
Oh, sorry.
Wilfred Bion. Konteksnya dong. Ya, jadi si Wilfred Bion ini bilang kalau realitas dari Tuhan tadi, dalam tanda kutip, menjadi sumber utama dari transformasi dalam psikoterapi. Tavistock National Health Service. He underwent training analysis between 1946 and 1952. He met his second wife. He joined a research group, client, student, and let's see. Theories, which were always based in phenomena of the analytic encounter, revealed both correspondences and expansion of core ideas from both Sigmund Freud and Melanie Klein. At one point, he attempted to understand thoughts and thinking from an algebraic, geometric, and mathematized point of view. Anjay, sangat logical. Believing there to be too little precision in the existing vocabulary, a process culminating in the grid. He abandoned the complex, abstract application of mathematics and the grid and developed a more intuitive approach epitomized in attention and interpretation. Mana teori utama dia? On thinking. Ya, sepertinya tidak perlu dilihat ya guys, karena tidak ketemu juga. Nggak dicantumin ini. Oh, 1965. Nggak tahu deh. Lanjut dulu. Neville Zymington speaks openly about mysterious life giver in human experience that participates in an infinite dimension. Life giver. Mysterious life giver in human experience that participates in an infinite dimension of being and must be chosen if we are to actualize our own aliveness. Sangat akademis dan abstrak ya. Aku gak paham benar. Mysterious life giver in human experience, Neville Zymington. Oh, dia punya buku soal narcissism. Mysterious life giver. Udah meninggal orangnya. Wih, tua juga. Member of middle group of British psychoanalysts argues primary motivation of the child is object seeking rather than derived gratification. Object seeking rather than derived gratification. Apa itu derived gratification? Classify, define the psychological drives. A drive is an instinctual need. Terus object seeking apaan? Object seeking refers to fundamental human drive to form relationship and connect with others, particularly during early development. Kalau begitu, kalau definisinya human drive berarti drive gratification juga guys. Lebih spesifik aja kali ya. He published a number of books on psychoanalytic topics and was president of Australian Psychoanalytic. Okay. Origins of his book on narcissism came about in Symington's words. When I started to work on the subject of psychoanalysis and religion, dari sini ya berarti bacanya. Symington was perhaps the best known for his work on narcissism, which he considered to be the central psychopathology underlying all others. Symington introduced the concept of life giver as a kind of transitional object, made up from the healthy part of the self combined with aspect of the motherer. Apa itu motherer? Astaga, Oxford. One who mothers. Symington introduced the concept of life giver as kind of transitional object. Attachment object. Provide psychological comfort, especially in unused and unique situation or at bedtime for children. Among toddlers, okay. Jadi comfort object ya. Healthy part of the self combined with aspect of the mother. And consider that narcissism emerged from rejection of that object, and with it a sense of an authentically lived existence. Pulling in place of autonomy, the adult who come to obey an internal source that is psychoanalyst Neville Symington calls the discordant source. Tadi gimana? Human experience that participates in an infinite dimension of being and must be chosen if we are to actualize our own aliveness. Ada summary buku narcissism gak sih? Narcissism summary. Ini satu halaman doang. Serius. What the hell? Haruskah kita buka Sci-Hub? Ya, buka Sci-Hub on stream, let's go. Nggak ada doinya apa? Tidak. Religion needs psychoanalysis so it can begin to exist in a place where the life of modern man is lived. Psychoanalysis needs religion so it may come into possession of those core values which endow life with meaning. The book examines in sequence that central perspective which lie at heart of all major religion tradition. Bentar, ini emotion and spirit bukan narcissism. Astaga, yeah. Next. Read next. Narcissism. Siapa tadi? Neville Stickman. Bukan. Symington. Christopher Bolas. Oh anjir, Bolas. Ini Bolas tuh naga di Magic the Gathering, Jay. Nicole Bolas. Acknowledge a mysterious intelligence that moves through the mind and says if there is a God, this is where it lives. Itu subconscious mind. James Grostein recently wrote about an ineffable subject of the unconscious who sends dream for the benefit of phenomenal subject, the ego or self. And finally, Michael Agen, psychoanalytic mystic, makes it impassioned appeal from psychoanalytic work to be acknowledged as religious and holy vocation. Oh, ada reviewnya coy di bab 6. Oke, nggak perlu kita cari satu-satu ternyata. Oke. As we will see in the following pages, psychoanalytic work with some victims of early trauma supports this mystical musing in specific and dramatic ways. Almost all the highly sensitive people whose cases appear herein have had mystical experience. Often they have a soulful connection to nature, to animals, and the mythopoetic world. Iya, kita punya trauma apa guys sampai kita suka banget melarikan diri ke video game, anime, dan lain sebagainya. Victims of early trauma supports this mythical musing in specific and dramatic ways. Often they have a soulful connection to nature, to animals, and to mythopoetic world of film, theater, art, and literature. Sometimes they report having been saved by an inner world full of preternatural presences, a world which provided an archetypal container for an innocent, soulful part of themselves, now in hiding. Often they report synchronous experience that defy rational understanding. Ntar nyampe mana tadi? Rational understanding. Wait. And many of them describe a blurring of the boundaries between ordinary and non-ordinary reality, which allows them uncanny access to immaterial reality that is inaccessible to better adapted people. Oke. Jadi orang-orang yang trauma menurut buku ini itu cenderung punya koneksi terhadap mystical experience, numinous experience tadi. Dan numinous experience tadi ini bisa didefinisikan terhadap sesuatu yang timbul atas hal-hal yang tidak materialistik. Seperti yang tadi aku bilang, ngelihat gunung jadi kagum atas gunung tersebut. Terus nonton anime, nemu waifu. Jadi ingin menafkahi waifu. I don't know. Orang yang nggak merasakan apa trauma kita nggak bakal paham hal itu. Karena itu suatu hal yang tidak material. Okay. Unfortunately, as the mystical, mythopoetic life of the trauma survivor unfolds, the benevolent spiritual presences that seem to have saved their souls begin to lose their protective power. Benevolent spiritual presences that seem to have saved their souls begin. Under the pressure of repeated disappointments and disillusionment, their inner objects often turn often turn malevolent. Inner protectors turn into persecutors. And the better angels of our nature are displaced by the demons of dismemberment, disembodiment, psychic deadening, and primitive defense. This is also a spirituality, but a spirituality of darkness and dread. Also mysticism, but one of violence, demonic possession, and loss of soul. Now, many writers in the growing field of psychotherapy and spirituality refer to this darker aspect of the spirit world. But the traumatized soul, in its suffering descent between heaven and hell in psychotherapy, will sometimes find itself surrounded by powerful dark forces that resist healing. And this is also a spiritual problem. How this resistance are overcome and how the patient therapist diet collaborates in the rescue of the soul and also ironically in the redemption of its inner persecutors. Resistance are overcome. We will see that the spiritual powers that occupy what Jung called the collective layer of unconscious. Collective unconsciousness is a term coined by Carl Jung, which is the belief that unconscious mind comprises the instincts of Jungian archetype, innate symbols understood from birth in all humans. Jung considered the collective unconscious to underpin and surround the unconscious mind, distinguish it from the personal unconscious of Freudian psychoanalysis. He believed that concept of collective unconscious helps to explain why similar themes occur in mythologies around the world. He argued that collective unconscious had a profound influence on the lives of individuals who live out its symbol and clothe them in meaning through their experiences. The psychotherapeutic practice of analytical psychology revolves on term collective unconscious first appeared in 1916 essay, The Structure of the Unconscious. You know what? Kita mending nonton video orang aja. Collective unconscious.
Man has developed consciousness slowly and laboriously, in a process that took untold ages to reach the civilized state. And this evolution is far from complete, for large areas of the human mind are still shrouded in darkness. These words were written by Carl Jung, a Swiss psychologist who lived from 1875 to 1961. In this video and a subsequent one, we will examine some of Jung's most important ideas, including his ideas on the conscious and unconscious realms of the mind, his theory of archetypes, and what he called the individuation process, which he saw as a path to self-knowledge and wholeness. A key to appreciating Jung's vast contributions to the field of psychology is knowledge of how Jung conceived of the psyche. The word psyche originally meant soul or spirit, but by the turn of the 20th century increasingly came to refer to mind. In Jungian psychology, one's psyche can be seen as their total personality, and encompasses all one's thoughts, behaviors, feelings, and emotions. Knowledge of the psyche, how it worked, and how one could influence its functioning was of the utmost concern for Jung. Broadly speaking, Jung divided the psyche into three main realms: consciousness, the personal unconscious, and the collective unconscious.
Okay.
The different realms of the psyche are not completely separate from each other, but instead continually interact in a compensatory manner. This dynamic interplay between the conscious and unconscious realms of the psyche leads, as we will see, to the potential for personal growth and change through what Jung termed the individuation process. Before examining in more detail the unconscious realms of the psyche, we will first discuss consciousness, that realm of the psyche most familiar to us.
The mind or whole thing that made an in
Ray, gua cabut dulu Ray, mau makan ya. Dadah.
Oke. Selamat makan.
Yoi.
Meet a person. Aku lupa matiin ini anjir. Nah.
Conscious realm of the psyche can be described as one's field of awareness, and consists of those psychic contents that one knows. At the center of this field of awareness was what Jung called the ego. The ego is one's personality as they are aware of it firsthand. Or in the words of Jung, the ego forms, as it were, the center of the field of consciousness. And insofar as this comprises the they are aware of it firsthand. The conscious realm of the psyche can be described as one's field of awareness, and consists of those psychic contents that one knows. At the center of this field of awareness was what Jung called the ego. The ego is one's personality as they are aware of it firsthand.
Ego. Kok ego sih? Conscious. Berputar dalam ego.
Or in the words of Jung, the ego forms, as it were, the center of the field of consciousness, and insofar as this comprises the empirical personality, the ego is the subject of all personal acts of consciousness. The ego plays a crucial role in each person's life as it acts as a gatekeeper which influences what contents of experience are reflected in consciousness and which contents are eliminated, repressed, or ignored. The ego, in its role as gatekeeper, helps determine the content of the next main area of the psyche we will look at, the personal unconscious. As Jung wrote, "There are certain events of which we have not consciously taken note. They have remained, so to speak, below the threshold of consciousness. They have happened, but they have been absorbed subliminally. These events that have been absorbed subliminally occupy the personal unconscious." The word subliminal translates to below the threshold, so what Jung means is that there are many events that the ego represses or disregards for various reasons, be it that they are too distressing or simply forgotten or deemed insignificant. But these events do not disappear completely from the psyche, but instead occupy the personal unconscious and continue to have the potential to influence one's personality. It must be stressed that the unconscious realm is not merely a receptacle for forgotten memories. Rather, as we mentioned earlier, the unconscious and conscious realms of the psyche dynamically interact, both playing an integral role in the life of the individual. One way that the personal unconscious influences one's behavior is through the impact of what Jung called complexes. Many people are familiar with the term complex in psychology. Sigmund Freud was famous for his idea of the Oedipus complex, while Alfred Adler, a contemporary of Jung's and Freud's, stressed the importance of the inferiority complex. Jung conceived of complexes as subpersonalities which have the potential to exert powerful control over one's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors.
Potential to exert a powerful control over one's thoughts, emotion, okay?
Or as is explained in the classic introduction to Jung, a primer of Jungian psychology, one interesting and important feature of the personal unconscious is that groups of contents may come together to form a cluster or constellation.
Groups of contents may come together, yeah.
Jung called them complexes. When we say a person has a complex, we mean he is strongly preoccupied by something that he can hardly think about anything else. In modern parlance, he has a hang-up. A strong complex is easily noticed by others, although the person himself may not be aware of it. Freud, who was Jung's mentor for a period of time, believed that a complex largely arose due to traumatic childhood experiences. However, Jung was not satisfied with this explanation. His dissatisfaction with Freud's explanation led him on a search for what it was in the psychic realm that gave rise to complexes. And what he was to discover was that the roots of complexes resided in a layer of the unconscious that was deeper and more fundamental than the personal unconscious, which he called the collective unconscious. This discovery was spurred by extensive analysis of the unconscious material of his patients, such as their dreams and fantasies, as well as his study of comparative religion and mythology. What Jung noticed was that not only were there uncanny similarities between unconscious material of different patients, but more interestingly, there was also uncanny similarities in the major mythological motifs and religious symbols of different civilizations. This led Jung to propose that in addition to the conscious and personal unconscious realms of the psyche, there also existed another realm, as he wrote. From the unconscious there emanate determining influences which, independently of tradition, guarantee in every single individual a similarity and even a sameness of experience, and also of the way it is represented imaginatively. One of the main proofs of this is the almost universal parallelism between mythological motifs. Jung's idea of the collective unconscious was one of his most important contributions to the field of psychology. What Jung was proposing was that in addition to the personal unconscious, which is mainly composed of elements drawn from the individual's life experiences, the collective unconscious contains universal elements which are inherited. We can also find in the unconscious qualities that are not individually acquired but are inherited, instincts as impulses to carry out actions from necessity,
Impulses to carry out action from necessity.
without conscious motivation. In this deeper stratum, we find archetypes. The instincts and archetypes together form the collective unconscious. I call them collective because, unlike the personal unconscious, it is not made up of individual and more or less unique contents, but of those which are universal and of regular occurrence. According to Jung, archetypes are psychic structures which are common to all humans and constitute the archaic heritage of humanity. Archetypes can be described as cognitive categories or predispositions that humans are born with to think, feel, perceive, and act in specific ways. It is important to note that Jung did not believe that one could directly perceive an archetype. Rather, one can note their existence only by observing the images or symbols which are manifested as a result of their existence in the unconscious. Archetypes shouldn't be equated with symbols or images. Instead, archetypes manifest images and symbols along with various other phenomena. In the words of Anthony Stevens, archetypes possess the capacity to initiate, control, and mediate the common behavioral characteristics and typical experiences of all human beings. Thus, on appropriate occasions, archetypes give rise to similar thoughts, images, mythologisms, feelings, and ideas in people, irrespective of their class, creed, race, geographical location, or historical epoch. Some of the archetypes that Jung examined included those of the mother, birth, death, rebirth, power, the hero, and the child, to name but a few. However, as Jung stated, There are as many archetypes as there are typical situations in life. Endless repetition has engraved these experiences into our psychic constitution, not only in the forms of images filled with content, but at first only as forms without content, representing merely the possibility of a certain type of perception and action.
Bentar. This is too much. Aku kayak sedikit bukan mendiskreditkan apa ya. Ini hasil dari collective unconscious ini bukankah hasil dari logika orang-orang yang sudah hidup dari zaman ke zaman gitu kah? I don't know.
The archetypes of the collective unconscious have a deep evolutionary basis, and Jung considered them to be inherited parts of the psyche. Jung thought it obvious that, just as the body has evolved over long periods of time, so too must the psyche have evolved certain predispositions and inherent tendencies as well, throughout our vast evolutionary lineage. Just as the human body represents a whole museum of organs, each with a long evolutionary history behind it, so we should expect to find that the mind is organized in a similar way. It can no more be a product without history than is the body in which it exists. By history, I do not mean the fact that the mind builds itself up by conscious reference to the past through language and other cultural traditions. I am referring to the biological, prehistoric, and unconscious development of the mind in archaic man, whose psyche was still close to that of the animal. While archetypes are formed over extremely long periods of time in an evolutionary manner and are common to all humans, they express themselves differently in each person. In other words, the archetypes interact in a dynamic manner with the individual experience of each person, and this leads to the formation of a unique personality. Jung believed it was of paramount importance for each individual to confront and integrate the contents of their unconscious, and thought the failure to do so would result in a fragmented individual. For the sake of mental stability and even physiological health, the unconscious and the conscious must be integrally connected and thus move on parallel lines. If they are split apart or dissociated, psychological disturbance follows. This process of confronting the unconscious was, according to Jung, a path to self-knowledge which he called the individuation process. As Jung commented, "I use the term individuation to denote the process by which a person becomes a psychological individual, that is, a separate, indivisible unity or whole." The individuation process will be examined.
Oke, untungnya ini bakal dijelasin di bab 3 katanya lebih lanjut. Yang menjadi gatekeeper atas perilaku seseorang. Gue sih nggak paham dengan keduanya. I don't know. Psyche. Jung. Dynamic concept which has undergone numerous modifications since it was conceptualized as one of Jungian archetypes. Unification of consciousness and unconsciousness in a person, and representing the psyche as a whole. It is realized as the product of individuation, which in his view is the process of integrating various aspects of one personality. For Jung, the self is an encompassing whole which acts as a container. The idea that there are two centers of the personality distinguished by Jungian psychology at the time. The ego has been seen as the center of consciousness, whereas self is defined as the center of the total personality, which includes consciousness, the unconscious, and the ego. Self is both the whole and the center while the ego is self-contained center of the circle contained within the whole. The self can be understood as a greater circle. Original sense of wholeness. Ini meta kah? Maksudnya Jung ini meta psikologis kah? I don't know. Nah, satu video lagi sebelum aku mau AFK sholat dan mungkin makan.
Individuation means becoming a single homogeneous being. And insofar as individuality embraces our innermost, last, and incomparable uniqueness, it also implies becoming one's own self. We could therefore translate individuation as self-realization. In this second video in our mini-series on the ideas of Carl Jung, we are going to examine the individuation process, a process Jung believed to be essential for a healthy functioning person.
This video is sponsored by the book summary service, Blinkist. The first 100 people to use the link in the description will receive 1 free week of unlimited access and 25% off a full membership. We feel as though we are in the driver's seat of our mind, driving according to our conscious will. But upon only a little introspection, we realize, at least in many cases, we are merely following a built-in navigation system that exceeds our knowledge and understanding. We perceive but the display screen atop an entire complex software run on an even more complex hardware. If we do not attempt to familiarize ourselves with this navigation and understanding, we perceive but the display screen atop an entire complex software run on an even more complex hardware. If we do not attempt to familiarize ourselves with this navigation system, how it works, where it's trying to go, and how to override it when it sends us the wrong direction, we risk aimlessly traveling the world, ending up somewhere uninteresting at best and disastrous at worst. 20th century Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung is perhaps one of the greatest and most capable minds that has ever attempted to do this, to explore itself from the inside and conceptualize a complete understanding of this sort of internal navigation system from the top down. Jung was born in 1875 in Caswell, Switzerland, to a relatively impoverished rural pastor, Paul Jung, and a depressed, eccentric, spirit-seeing mother, Emily Jung. Jung was a very introverted and isolated child who spent much of his time alone, engaging in activities of make-believe, projection, disassociation, and analyzing the adults in his life. During early childhood, he strongly disliked and underperformed in school to the point of almost neurosis, regularly fainting to get out of it. However, as age and maturity would have it, and after his father expressed stern concern over his potential incompetence, Jung somewhat dramatically shifted to engaging more intensely in his education, reading actively on his own, especially that of philosophy and religious texts. Following secondary school, after determining that he did not want to follow the family's path of a religious vocation, Jung would end up pursuing medicine at the University of Basel. After getting his completed medical degree from the University of Zurich in 1902, he would work at a psychiatric hospital under the prominent and well-connected psychiatrist Eugene Bleuler. Several years later, he would leave the hospital and begin his own private practice. As Jung became more successful and well-known in his field, he would soon become acquainted with the extremely popular, groundbreaking, and controversial psychologist of the time, who still holds this title today, Sigmund Freud. The two would meet for the first time in 1907, upon which they would talk for around 13 hours straight. This would quickly develop into a strong friendship and professional association. They traveled the world and lectured together, analyzed each other's dreams, and discussed various aspects of their psychological studies and theories. However, Freud, being of a much greater professional stature at the time, as well as being substantially older than Jung, created a dynamic in the friendship that was much more like a father-son or teacher-pupil relationship. This would unfortunately pose problems as Jung's career advanced and began to encroach on Freud's. The two would soon find themselves in disagreements over fundamental aspects of each other's theories. Ultimately, these disagreements, Jung's tendency toward a somewhat mystical consideration of the human mind, as opposed to Freud's more scientific, reductionist approach, the nature of their father-son relationship, and Jung's desire for professional independence, all caused the two to split their friendship off in 1913. Following and as a consequence of this breakup, from around 1913 to 1918, Jung experienced a sort of midlife psychological breakdown. During this, he spent much of his time introspecting and writing about psychological experiments he conducted on himself, exploring into the recesses of his unconscious. This period of transition, independence, and psychological turbulence would ultimately concretize his views of the mind and his career as an independent theorist of psychology. Put simply, the primary objective of Jung's career was to understand the nature of the psyche and then develop theories and methods to aid in the integration of all its components so to create a singular, unified state of wholeness. In this context, the psyche here simply refers to the complete personality of the individual, including feelings, thoughts, and behaviors, the combination of the unconscious and conscious mind. The continuous striving toward integrating the psyche through a process of self-realization and becoming a maximized, authentic individual, for Jung, was the fundamental goal of life and psychological understanding. Man's task, he wrote, is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. As far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light in the darkness of mere being. For Jung, there is a constant interplay between the unconscious and conscious realms of the psyche, which combine to create our complete personality. Most of this, however, develops and exists in the unconscious realm, beneath our immediate awareness and control. Thus, a significant portion of who we really are, what we really like and are capable of, and the reasons we do the things we do, persist within a realm we don't actively understand or have access to. And so, in order to come into a more authentic and complete state of being, the individual must attempt to make this portion of the psyche conscious by tapping into it and integrating it into the whole of their awareness. Jung would call this process individuation. In order to better understand this, it is important to understand Jung's model of the psyche, which he divided, starting with the broader dimensions, into consciousness, personal unconsciousness, and collective unconsciousness. Breaking each of these three realms down, consciousness is, as one would typically think of it, the realm of personal awareness where one identifies explicitly and knowingly with themselves. At the core of this is another structure Jung identified, the ego. The ego sits at the center of consciousness and provides a sense of personal distinction, creating the story one tells themselves about themselves in order to maintain continuity in their identity. The ego is expressed in the conscious realm by what Jung called the persona, which is the outward efforts of appearance which the individual actively displays to the world. This persona, however, is often disjointed from the individual's true self, as it displays the character that one thinks or wants to be according to what the ego deems is appropriate to a particular society and role, and not what is true to who the individual actually is. In order to execute and maintain this suitable appearance, the ego true self world. This persona, however, is often disjointed from the individual's true self.
Persona reference. Disjointed from the individual true self.
As it displays the character that one thinks or wants to be according to what the ego deems is appropriate to a particular society and role, and not what is true to who the individual actually is.
Okay.
In order to execute and maintain this suitable appearance and self-esteem.
Ini harus dicatat sih. Ego membentuk persona. Bagaimana seseorang ingin dia dipersepsi, bukan ingin, membuat dirinya dipersepsikan dunia. Persona bukanlah true self dari orang tersebut, dari individu tersebut, karena dibentuk atas konformitas.
The ego filters various components of execute and not what is true to what the ego deems is appropriate to a particular society and role, and not what is true to who the individual actually is. In order to execute and maintain this suitable appearance and self-esteem, the ego filters various components of personal experience this suitable appearance and individual actually is. In order to execute and maintain this suitable appearance and self-esteem, the ego filters various components of personal experience and selfhood, either into or away from the conscious dimension. What it filters away and restricts, it represses and sends down into the unconscious realm. One of Jung's most unique and profound insights, down into this dimension. What it filters away this suitable appearance and self-esteem. The ego filters various components of personal experience and selfhood.
Gimana? Nggak paham.
Who the individual actually is. In order to execute
and maintain the suitable appearance and self-esteem. Oke. Jadi untuk mempertahankan persona, ego memfilter
this suitable appearance and self-esteem. The ego filters various components of
komponen personal experience dan selfhood. Selfhood itu apa? Selfhood, individuality.
Experience and selfhood, either into or away from the conscious dimension. What it filters away and restricts, it represses and sends down into the unconscious realm. One of Jung's most unique and profound insights that differentiates him most notably from other psychologists is how, from here, he separated the unconscious into two distinct structures, the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious. The personal unconscious fits similarly into the ideas already understood and proposed by Freud and others of the time, in which, after the ego represses and disregards undesirable aspects of experience, and selfhood, these aspects are stored and concealed here, just beneath normal awareness.
Oke, jadi kita udah tahu sekarang unconscious, personal unconscious itu apa. Yang di-repress ego tersimpan dalam sini.
They still, however, continue to actively affect and interact back and forth with consciousness.
Masih secara kontinu berinteraksi dengan consciousness.
The collective unconscious, however, differentiates from the personal unconscious and other prior conceptions of the psyche in that, according to Jung, It contains and facilitates universal elements that are inherited through the sum total of human. It contains and facilitates universal elements that are inherited through the sum total of human history, similar in some sense to how biological evolution works. Man has developed consciousness slowly and laboriously in a process that took untold ages to reach the civilized state, and this evolution is far from complete, for large areas of the human mind are still shrouded in darkness, wrote Jung. As a result of each generation of human offspring essentially imitating the behaviors of the previous generation to at least some degree, an unbroken chain of psychological imitation is formed, going all the way back to the beginning of human history. Thus, a sort of reservoir of psychological predispositions, structures, and memories that have been formed by this chain is automatically inherited by each human being. Jung found this to be empirically demonstrable in both his own professional psychiatric practice, finding recurring similarities in the unconscious of a vast number of his patients, as well as his found this to be empirically demonstrable in both his own professional psychiatric practice, finding recurring similarities in the unconscious of a vast number of his patients, as well as his historical and mythological research, in which he noticed that similar motifs, symbols, and themes that appeared in his patients' unconscious also were prevalent and consistent across art, myths, and literature within different cultures of different times, even though these cultures often never even encountered one another. In Jung's view, these shared motifs, symbols, and themes were expressions of the various psychic structures consistent across humanity, which he called archetypes. These archetypes, in Jung's model of the psyche, essentially form the basis of the individual's personality by predisposing specific cognitive tendencies. Within the combined unconscious, Jung would refer to all the repressed, denied, and unknown content which the ego does not want to identify with as the shadow. Lastly, sort of nested within the shadow, is what Jung broke down.
How unconscious yang terbentuk secara turun-temurun seiring kemanusiaan berevolusi dan secara instan dimiliki oleh manusia saat dia lahir.
Down into the animus and anima, which specifically refer to the suppressed feminine qualities in a male, anima, and the suppressed masculine qualities in a female, animus. According to Jung, all the aforementioned structures of the psyche work together in active circulation to ultimately form what lies at the center.
Ini perlu ku screenshot.
Female, animus. According to Jung, all the aforementioned structures of the psyche work together in active circulation to ultimately form what lies at the center, the self, the combined authentic totality of the unconscious and conscious. The self is who the individual actually is, what they actually desire, what they actually like, what they are actually capable of, and so on. Simply put, getting the ego and a high degree of the persona as close to this as possible is the goal of individuation and ultimately a fulfilled life. This as possible is the goal of getting the ego and a high degree of the persona as close to this as possible is the goal of individuation and ultimately a fulfilled life. Whether it's through methods like therapy, introspection, personal development toward authenticity, or some combination, ultimately, for Jung, it is the task of the individual to determine and strive toward this. In all cases, this sort of self-realization requires an effort of radical self-acceptance.
Sort of self-realization requires an effort of radical self-acceptance.
And radical self-acceptance requires an effort of radical self-honesty. In order to actively move deeper into the psyche, each opportunity one takes to examine a personal feeling, thought, or action, they must attempt to do so by accepting the complete and often undesirable potentiality of what it truly indicates about themselves, that they are not always who they think or hope they are. Each of these capitalized opportunities, personal or professional, is like a small step down the stairwell into the unconscious. As one goes further down, however, as they confront these deeper and darker elements of their being hidden in the basement, they must, in Jungian terms, work to integrate their shadow, the breadth of their potential faults and wickedness, as opposed to rushing back up the stairs in denial. One's shadow does not disappear by looking away from it. In the same way, one cannot literally evade the light-casted shadow of their body by outrunning it. There is no move or evasive tactic that separates the individual from their psychological shadow. The danger, rather, is in the attempt to do so, the ignorance and denial of it. Good does not become better by being exaggerated, but worse, and a small evil becomes a big one through being disregarded and repressed. The shadow is very much a part of human nature, and it is only at night that no shadows exist.
Does not become better by being exaggerated, but worse. And a small evil becomes a big one through being disregarded and repressed,
wrote Jung. Awareness of one's dark side allows one to more appropriately manage and recognize it when it sneaks up the stairs uninvited. One must know of a problem to be able to fix it, and it is an act of healing to admit that one is sick. Although self-acceptance and authenticity is perhaps simple and obvious enough sounding, the act of actually working towards radical self-acceptance and individuation is, of course, far from simple and obvious. In the absolute sense, it is almost certainly impossible. In the above-average sense, it is still perhaps life's greatest and most difficult endeavor. To truly and honestly accept your downfalls, weaknesses, potential evils, and shameful or unpopular interests and qualities, to admit what you see, fear, or hate in others is and could be inside of you, to admit to yourself that you are not and will never be completely who you think and want to be, that you are not as good as you had hoped, and to confront what your mind has worked a lifetime to keep from itself, is a task that literally shakes the very core of the psyche. However, it is perhaps proportionally essential for a fulfilled and complete life. Ultimately, Jung's work provides insights, theories, and methods to help the individual move through this process toward not only potentially gaining access to fixing the bug or input the death.
Oke, kayaknya sampai situ dulu nontonnya. Kita bakal coba nonton yang individual something tadi. Soma dulu, yes. Halo guys, aku kembali. Ahai. Ya, aku mau lanjut nonton ini.
This video was sponsored by Blinkist. Whether you're interested in learning more about Jung's theories, Sigmund Freud's, or other individuals and concepts in psychology, there is certainly no shortage of great literature. So much so that it would likely take an entire lifetime just to get through a portion of it at an average reading pace. Of course, this problem in general can make it hard to engage with the full breadth and depth of any areas of nonfiction literature that one is interested in, which sometimes can even discourage one from reading much at all. However, the book summary app, Blinkist, helps solve this problem by streamlining the reading and learning process by providing the overviews, chapters,
Individuation means becoming a
Buset.
single homogeneous being. And insofar as individuality embraces our innermost last and incomparable uniqueness, it also implies becoming one's own self. We could therefore translate individuation as self-realization. In this second video in our mini-series on the ideas of Carl Jung, we are going to examine the individuation process, a process Jung believed to be essential for a healthy functioning personality. Such an examination will lead us to explore some of the parts of the personality that Jung viewed as particularly important, namely the persona, the shadow, the anima and animus, and the self. Before we go into more detail on the individuation process, we will begin with a brief overview of the relevant content from our first video on Jung. Jung conceived of the psyche, or one's total personality, as composed of a conscious and unconscious realm. The unconscious realm he split into the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious. The personal unconscious is largely composed of repressed elements from one's personal history, while the collective unconscious is composed of instincts and archetypes which are common to all human beings. Archetypes can be viewed as evolved cognitive structures which influence emotions, thoughts, and behaviors. Archetypes provide structure to different parts of the psyche, and the psyche functions optimally when there exists a harmonious balance between these parts. Unfortunately, according to Jung, few people function in an optimal manner. Rather, most suffer from imbalances where some parts of their personality suffer from inflation or overexpression in consciousness, while other parts suffer from deflation or underdevelopment whereby they lack proper expression in consciousness. Imbalances, Jung believed, often lead to the development of neuroses and a lack of vitality in life. Working to bring about proper expression of the various archetypally structured elements of one's personality by confronting contents of the unconscious and thus obtaining self-knowledge is the purpose of the individuation process. It is important to note that this process occurs spontaneously if unimpeded, as the contents of the unconscious naturally strive for outward expression in the world, or as Jung put it, everything in the unconscious seeks outward manifestation. However, the problem is that while natural, most people get stuck at various stages of the individuation process, as they are unable to properly integrate into consciousness certain elements of the unconscious. How to promote such integration when it does not occur naturally was a question of deep concern for Jung. Through his patient analysis, research, and personal experience, he arrived at the idea that dreams provide the greatest opportunity to access the unconscious. As he put it, dreams are impartial, spontaneous products of the unconscious psyche, outside the control of the will. They are pure nature, they show us the unvarnished natural truth, and are therefore fitted, as nothing else is, to give us back an attitude that accords with our basic human nature when our consciousness has strayed too far from its foundations and run into an impasse. Jung put enormous emphasis on the therapeutic effects of dream analysis. By recording and analyzing one's dreams, determining their meaning and relevancy, Jung thought one could integrate unconscious contents into consciousness. It must be noted, however, that dream analysis is not a simple matter, due to the often confusing nature of dreams, and the fact that quite frequently dreams express material which can be difficult to incorporate into consciousness. The interpretation of dreams therefore must be seen as a skill acquired through practice and improved with an understanding of some of the most important archetypes which we will spend the remainder of the video looking at. Before looking at some of the archetypes which suffer from underdevelopment and therefore may manifest themselves in dreams, it is important to first look at the persona. The word persona was used in Roman times to signify a mask worn by an actor. In an analogous manner, in Jungian psychology, the persona represents the social mask that each of us wear in our interaction with others in society. Or to put it differently, it represents the personality that we try to portray to others. While the persona plays an important role in promoting social interaction and communal life, problems arise when people over-identify with their persona. As Jung writes, fundamentally, the persona is nothing real. It is a compromise between the individual and society as to what a man should appear to be. He takes a name, earns a title, represents an office. He is this or that. In a certain sense, all this is real, yet in relation to the essential individuality of the person concerned, it is only a secondary reality, a product of compromise, in making which others often have a greater share than he. The persona is a semblance, a two-dimensional reality. Most people suffer from inflation of the persona, meaning that they over-identify with their social mask to the detriment of other important areas of the psyche. In the course of the individuation process, one must come to the realization that the persona is not the totality of their being, but rather only a small component of a much larger personality. Such a realization is achieved by diving into the unconscious and mining from it the rich and meaningful contents manifested by the archetypes. The first stage in the exploration of the unconscious, according to Jung, is an encounter with one's shadow archetype. Over the course of one's life, certain personality traits elicit negative feedback and even punishment from others. This negative feedback creates anxiety, resulting in these traits being pushed away from awareness into the unconscious, where one's shadow archetype. Over the course of one's life, certain personality traits elicit negative feedback and even punishment from others. This negative feedback creates anxiety, resulting in these traits being pushed away from awareness into the unconscious, where they form the shadow.
Oke, jadi hal yang conscious. Bentar. Hal yang awalnya conscious dan dipakai dalam persona, kemudian mendapat feedback negatif dari lingkungan sosial, masuk ke terdorong ke personal unconscious dan menjadi shadow.
The dark side of one's personality. To become aware of and integrate the shadow into consciousness is often a difficult and sometimes heroic endeavor. But failure to do so can create chaos in one's life. In the darkness of the unconscious, the shadow is far from impotent, but instead influences emotions, thoughts, and behaviors in a manner which is beyond conscious control. Often the shadow finds expression through projections, whereby instead of seeing the disagreeable elements of the shadow as residing within oneself, one projects these traits onto others. Bringing elements of the shadow into the light of consciousness is crucial if one is to correct some of these less desirable aspects of themselves, as Jung explains. Unfortunately, there can be no doubt that man is, on the whole, less good than he imagines himself or wants to be. Everyone carries a shadow, and the less it is embodied in the individual's conscious life, the blacker and denser it is. If an inferiority is conscious, one always has a chance to correct it. But if it is repressed and isolated from consciousness, it never gets corrected. The shadow, according to Jung, is not only composed of negative traits, rather, in the process of over-identifying with the persona, often people reject personality traits not because they are harmful, but because they don't fit with the dominant social attitudes of the day. Therefore, when integrating the shadow into consciousness, one is also exposed to positive traits and creative energies that can bring about a renewed sense of vitality to life. The shadow, when it is realized, is the source of renewal. The new and productive impulse cannot come from established values
Source of renewal.
of the ego. When there is an impasse and sterile time in our lives, we must look to the dark, hitherto unacceptable side which has been at our conscious disposal. In addition to the shadow, another archetype which normally suffers from underdevelopment is a contrasexual archetype termed the anima in males and the animus in females. While the persona is oriented outward, acting as a barrier protecting the ego from the external social world, in an analogous manner the anima and animus is oriented inward, protecting the ego from the sometimes threatening and overwhelming contents which emerge from the dark inner depths of the unconscious. The natural function of the animus, as well as the anima, is to remain in place between individual consciousness and the collective unconscious, exactly as the persona is a sort of stratum between the ego consciousness and the objects of the external world. The animus and the anima should function as a bridge or a door leading to the images of the collective unconscious, as the persona should be a sort of bridge into the world. An encounter with the anima and animus is manifested in one's consciousness as a meeting in dreams or visions with a member of the opposite gender. Such a figure often arises during times of severe psychic disorientation, offering guidance as to how to remove any psychological barricades hindering the natural progression of the individuation process. Encountering such an archetype can therefore signify the coming of a deeply meaningful period in one's life, defined by significant psychological transformations. The meeting with the anima represents a connection to the unconscious even deeper than that of the shadow. In the case of the shadow, it is a meeting with the disdained and rejected pieces of the total psyche, the inferior and unwanted qualities. In the meeting with the anima, it is a contact with levels of the psyche which has the potential to lead into the deepest and highest reaches that the ego can attain. After one encounters and integrates aspects of the anima and animus archetype into one's ego, one gains access to enter into the deepest layer of the psyche, the archetype of wholeness, which Jung called the self and viewed as the most important of all the archetypes. Proper expression of the self is the goal of the individuation process. As Jung put it, the self is our life's goal, for it is the completest expression of that fateful combination we call individuality. As the sun occupies the center of the solar system, in an analogous manner the self is the central archetype of the entire psyche. The self archetype acts as the unifying or organizing principle of the psyche and is oriented toward a union of the conscious and unconscious realms. Remembering from our first video on Jung that the center of the field of consciousness is the ego, Jung noted that the more numerous and more significant the unconscious contents which are assimilated to the ego, the closer the approximation of the ego to the self, even though this approximation must be a never-ending process. As one increasingly identifies with the self, they will notice a greater sense of harmony both within themselves and with the world as a whole. In fact, Jung saw a connection with the self as so important that at various times he described it as a treasure that would make one independent and a link to the infinite. Jung came upon the existence of the self by exploring the universality of symbols such as the quaternity and the mandala, which in his words, occur not only in the dreams of modern people who have never heard of them, but are widely disseminated in the historical records of many peoples and many epochs. A mandala, said Jung, is the psychological expression of the totality of the self. Not only do mandalas have an extremely long history and repeatedly show up in the imagery of many religions, including Hinduism, Buddhism, and Christianity, but Jung observed that with some of his patients, mandalas spontaneously arose during times of psychic disorientation or reorientation. Mandalas and other symbols of order Jung believed to be compensatory symbols of wholeness which are manifested by the self in times of crisis. The individuation process, which culminates in an identification with the self, is, according to Jung, crucial for the development of a healthy functioning personality, as well as the expression of the unique potential that exists within each of us. But along with these personal benefits, Jung thought the process of individuation was essential for the well-being of society. Jung believed that conformist societies, composed mainly of people who over-identify with their persona, are easy prey for the rise of oppressive governments. Therefore, it is essential for any lasting positive societal change that increasing numbers of people, assisted by the individuation process, come to the realization that there is more to their being than the social role dictated by their persona. A society increasingly composed of individuated individuals would not, according to Jung, succumb as easily to the rise of oppressive governments. Insofar as society is itself composed of de-individualized human beings, it is completely at the mercy of ruthless individualists. Let it band together into groups and organizations as much as it likes. It is just this banding together and the resultant extinction
Oke. TBH ya, aku ngantuk, nggak tahu kenapa. Anyway, kembali ke wait. Ding. Ke buku. Not many writers in the growing field of psychotherapy and spirituality refer this darker aspect of the spirit world but traumatized soul. In its suffering descent between heaven and hell in psychotherapy, but sometimes find itself surrounded by powerful dark forces that resist healing, and this is also a spiritual problem. How these resistance are overcome and how the patient therapist that collaborate in the rescue of the soul, also ironically in the redemption of its inner persecutors, will be a major focus of this book. We will see that the spiritual power that occupy what Jung called the collective layer of the unconscious generally seem to support psychic integration and wholeness. But without adequate human mediation and relatedness, they can turn into their opposite, degenerating into life-threatening defenses that undermine the ego's agency. Effective psychotherapy holds out the hope of returning these spiritual powers to their original nature and purpose, an example to their proper alignment with what Jung called the central archetype of the self. James Hillman has wisely observed that people come into psychotherapy not only to relieve their painful symptoms or trace the historical roots of their traumatic woundings, but also to find an adequate biography, by which he means a story that honors the ineffable sources and soulful foundation of their own unique, irreplaceable lives. In addition to understanding the source of their injuries and working these through with the therapist, they are looking for a new and larger narrative, the true story of their soul's dual destiny on this earth as citizens of two realms. Ironically, trauma survivors are in a unique position to claim this larger vision because they are often forced prematurely into non-ordinary reality. A spiritual and often mentalized world. Ini menarik. Trauma survivors are in a unique position to claim this larger vision because they are often forced prematurely into non-ordinary reality spiritual and often force prematurely bentar kok gini sih mentalize world that helps them survive the unbearable pain of their early affect relationship. They become what James Grosstein calls orphans of the real, but simultaneously they become avatars of ultra real. Jung realized early on that magical and mysterious world into which the trauma survivor falls when dissociation cracks open in his or her psyche is not only an artifact of the splitting process, but is also an archetypal or mythopoetic world already there to catch them, so to speak. This world of non-ordinary reality surrounds the fractured soul with a dramatic story from the archetypal repertoire of the ancient psyche, and Jung became fascinated with the stories and their universal features. He came to believe that they provided a matrix of imagery that served as resource to believe that they provided a source for the soul. Freud was suspicious of this formulation and wanted to reduce mythopoetic symbol to disguise injuries in human relationships, always translating them back into the pains and struggles of the family drama. Even Roland Fairbairn, who presciently challenged Freud's instinct theory, claimed that the personified images of dreams were nothing but internalized outer relationship. In these theories, the two worlds between which our lives are normally suspended collapse into one. This essentially reductionist understanding of symbols have followed psychoanalysis down through the decades, even to trauma experts like D.W. Winnicott, who as well we see in chapter 7, drew their diagnostic implication, childhood schizophrenia from Jung's troubled early dreams and fantasies, tracing these to his relationship with a depressed mother. In critiquing Winnicott's review of Jung's autobiography, I will argue that Winnicott failed to understand the crucial role of mythopoetic second world in saving the trauma survivor's soul from annihilation in the interpersonal world. Mythopoetic. theme in modern literature where an artificial or fictionalized mythology is created by the writer of prose poetry or other literary forms. The concept was widely popularized by Tolkien, although it has long predated him. The author of this genre integrate traditional mythological themes and archetypes into fiction. Integrate traditional mythological themes and archetypes. Mythopoeia is also the act of creating mythology. The term mythopoeia comes from Hellenistic Greek, meaning myth-making. An alternative is mythopoesis. The definition of mythopoeia is a creating of myth. Is first recorded in 1846. In early use, it meant the making of myths in ancient times. While many literary works carry mythic themes, only a few approach the defense self-referentially and purpose of mythopoesis. The poetic authors include William Blake, fantasy or science fiction, but fill a niche for mythology in the modern world. According to Joseph Campbell, a famous student of world mythology, Campbell spoke of Nietzschean world which has today outlived much of the mythology of the past. He claimed that a new myth must be created, but he believed that present culture is changing too rapidly for society to be completely described by any such mythological framework until a later age. The philosopher Philip Stambovsky argues that mythopoeia provides relief from existential dread that comes with a rational world, and that it can serve as a way to link different cultures and societies. Mythopoeia is sometimes called artificial mythology, which emphasizes that it did not evolve naturally and is an artifice comparable with artificial language, and therefore should not be taken seriously as mythology. For example, the noted folklorist Alan Duns argued that any novel cannot meet the cultural criteria of myth. A work of art or artifice cannot be said to be narrative of culture's sacred tradition. Most artificial myth. William Blake set out his mythology in his prophetic works such as Vala of the Four Zoos, the name several original gods as Urizen, Org, Los Albion, Rintra, Ahania, and Enitharmon. Later in the 19th century, stories by George MacDonald and H. Rider Haggard create fictional worlds. C.S. Lewis praised both their mythopoetic gifts. Linked by Dunsany invented pantheon of deities who dwell in Pegana. It was followed by time and the gods, by some stories in Sword of Valoran and other stories, and by tales of three hemispheres. In the gods of Pegana, I tried to account for the ocean and the moon. I didn't know whether anyone else have ever tried that before. Menarik nih, gods of Pegana. Ini completely unrelated. Nah, untuk literatur dan antropologi mungkin relevan. Psychoanalytic concept describing individuals who experience reality directly without the mediating influence of imagination or symbolization. This individual lack the capacity to use reverie and unconscious process to create meaning from their experience, leaving them feeling overwhelmed and disconnected from the world. know what, kita coba cari ini di YouTube lagi ya. Excuse me. James Grosstein. Oh. Bang, kok malah kuliah bang? Ya emang tujuannya itu bang. Ini kuliah mandiri ya. Mune was preoccupied with the concept of ultimate reality and absolute truth, and reoriented psychoanalytic meta-psychology into a theory of thinking and meta-thinking about emotions. He distinguished the thoughts without a thinker from the mind that had to develop in order to think them. I believe that his concept of intuitionistic thinking also presumes the presence of a more profound aspect of that mind. Not only did a mind develop to harvest the thoughts without a thinker, but another aspect of the mind had to originate these unthought thoughts. I believe that Beyond came to realization that through thinking, dream work alpha, along the dimension of LHK, love, hate, knowledge is an unconscious, if not preconscious act. What we normally term thinking, application of the ordinate abscissa, where the great is really after thinking. Ini bukan Orphans of Ojoy. I mean Orphans of the Real, sorry. Paper. Subject I wish to explore is chronic psychoanalytic resistance, particularly as it occurs in the difficult to reach patient. I shall emphasize one particular kind of resistance, however, the negative therapeutic reaction of psychic equilibrium and the problems it creates in regular interruption or psychoanalytic progress, as well as transference to countertransference enactment. It constitutes a continuation of two previous contributions dealing with infantile catastrophe and its ineluctable consequences, ontological or fandom. Freud, Riviere, Rosenfeld, and others describe patients suffering from a negative therapeutic reaction. A clinical situation in which the patient, after achieving recognizable progress in his analysis, suddenly begins to compromise or undo that progress. Freud had prefigured his thoughts on his disorder in his paper, Those Wrecked by Success, in which he described patients who experience unconscious guilt about their success in analysis as well as in life generally. Bentar guys. Those Wrecked by Success. Betty Joseph and her colleagues independently categorized this clinical situation as a psychic equilibrium, and the difficult to reach patient attempts to achieve an equilibrium between his progressive self and his regressively resistant self. The universal characteristic of this difficult patient is their deep and abiding fear of change. Beda gak Orphans of the Real sama Orphans of O? Splitting and projective identification mana? To understand and treat patients suffering from psychosis, especially schizophrenia and from other primitive mental disorder, has become increasingly important to integrate the soft science of psychoanalysis, including its derivative psychotherapy, with the hard science finding neurobiology, infant development research, and newly emerging trauma research. The author presents such an integrated perspective and also discusses a paradigmatic change within psychoanalysis itself, one that can be described as transformation from the one-person modern model to the intersubjective postmodern model. This change also characterized by the shift orphans of the real, whose illness can be described as a result of a premature awakening from the protective blanket of innocence because of hypersensitivity and or traumatic abruption. Premature awakening from the protective blanket of innocence. These patients experience the real without the protective blanket or of imagination or symbolization. I'd like to address the developing interface between psychoanalysis and its derivative psychodynamic therapies and relevant neurobiological research findings, as well as some aspects psychosocial data, especially they relate to psychosis and primitive mental disorders in general, to schizophrenia in particular, for the employment of a dual track perspective, which if one were to use image of a something bulletin of the Menninger Clinic. Aku butuh full artikelnya coy. Ini jurnal yang mana? 1995 volume 59. Hmm, 2019. Nggak ngerti. Harus nyari sih, harus minta tolong seseorang yang jago cari beginian. I don't know. Mungkin kalian ada yang bisa nemu. Ini aku pengen baca full artikel Orphans of the Real ini. Forbidden. Mungkin di Wikipedia ada beberapa ininya. Nggak ada coy. Ya udahlah, kita kembali ke sini. Grotstein ya namanya, bukan Grotstein. Ada T-nya di sini coy. Oke, kembali ke bukunya. Jadi gini tadi, aku baca soal Orphans of the Real tuh begini. Trauma survivors are in a unique position to claim this larger vision because they are often forced prematurely into non-ordinary reality, a spiritual and often mentalized world that helps them survive the unbearable pain of their early affect relationship. Trauma survivors are in a unique position. Jung realized early on that magical and mysterious world into which the trauma survivor falls when dissociation cracks open. Her psyche is not only an artifact of the splitting process but is also an archetypal or mythopoetic world already there to catch them, so to speak. This world of non-ordinary reality surrounds the fractured soul with a dramatic story from the archetypal repertoire of the ancient psyche, and Jung became fascinated with these stories and their universal features. He came to believe that they provided a matrix of imagery that served as a resource for the soul. Freud was suspicious of this formulation and wanted to reduce mythopoetic symbols to disguise injuries in human relationships, always translating them back into pains and struggles of the family drama. Even Ronald Fairbairn, who presciently challenged Freud's instinct theory, claimed that the personified images of dreams were nothing but internalized outer relationships. In these theories, the two worlds between which our lives are normally suspended collapse into one. The essentially reductionist understanding of symbols have followed psychoanalysis down through the decades, even to trauma experts like D.W. Winnicott, who was well within Chapter 7, drew dire diagnostic implications. Childhood schizophrenia from Jung's troubled early dreams and fantasies, tracing these to his relationship with a depressed mother. In critiquing Winnicott's review of Jung's autobiography, I will argue that Winnicott and other psychoanalysts as well fail to understand the crucial role of mythopoetic second world in saving the trauma survivor soul from annihilation. Freud and the early psychoanalysts, of course, were not wrong in emphasizing the primacy of personal relationship in a child's life, as against the phantasmagoria of the archetypal or spiritual world. Even though these were often life-sustaining for their patients, these early analysts perceive correctly that trauma survivors often overvalue inner reality and become identified with the mysteries they find as a defense against unbearable effects experienced in the interpersonal world. Correct. Trauma survivor often overvalue inner reality and become identified with the mysteries they find as a defense against unbearable effects. Often they must be talked down from their celestial scaffolding and reconnected to life on the ground and its in relationship where early relational injuries can eventually be remembered and repaired. On the other hand, a purely secular or relational psychoanalysis also miss something important, namely that often the early story of the trauma survivor is a mythological story before it is a personal one, and must be received as such. As one analyst has recently said, trauma produces a heightened drama of heroes and victims whose more ordinary human story is waiting to be told. Heightened drama of heroes and victims. Often the transform tak lupa. Excuse me. Often the early story of the trauma survivor is a mythological story before it is a personal one. Aku gak yakin gimana contohnya gitu loh. And must be received as such. As one analyst had certainly said, trauma produced a heightened drama of heroes and victims whose more ordinary human story is waiting to be told. Often the transpersonal sacred story holds the survivor pain before a human story can be told. This is why the two worlds of ordinary and non-ordinary reality and the imaginal matrix in between are so important for our discussion of trauma and its healing. Another way to say this, in keeping with recent discoveries in infant observation and neuroscience, is that following dissociation, recent discovery in infant observation and neuroscience. Following this, the fragments of experience, keeping with recent discoveries in infant observation and neuroscience. Following dissociation, the fragments of experience are laid down in implicit memory only and are encoded in primitive subcortical or limbic areas of the brain, remaining undifferentiated. They accrue archaic and archetypal enhancement from the collective layer of the unconscious, before they can be integrated as personal memories. Larry Hedges has described the archetypal memories that often express the very earliest mother-infant experiences, what he calls organizing period in early development. According to Score and Wilkinson, such implicit memories are more likely to become available through the mythopoetic image language of dreams, metaphor, poetry, and story than they are as a personal recollection. Such mythopoetic language taps a daimonic stratum of the psyche, one typical of those collective patterns that organize the deep layers of the mind. They are impersonal, or rather personal, pre-personal layers of the body or mind, and they provide a matrix of resource for the traumatized soul in another world, for it can return to or enter this one. As illustrated by the case vignettes in this book, trauma survivors often have a deep understanding of sacred world that sustains them. Even in the most depriving and abusive of human environments, this world is not merely a byproduct of failed attachment bonds in infancy, nor is it simply a compensation for infant mother neglect or abuse. This world is an everlasting fact of humankind's experience on the planet, and trauma survivor knows this better than most. To acknowledge the spiritual world is real, and following trauma, it is required for defensive purposes. A position I take through this book differs from saying that the angels and demons that haunt or hallow the imagination of trauma survivors are hallucinations or nothing but derivative artifacts of defensive process. It has been said that there are no atheists in foxholes. There are also few in any atheists among trauma survivors, at least not the ones whose experience I report in following pages. Okay. The whalebone sculpture of a human face shown in figure 1-1 is called the Storyteller. It was carved by an unknown Inuit artist living on the northwest coast of Alaska with one eye closed, focused on the inner world of dreams and the mythopoetic images of the imagination, and one eye open, focused outwardly on the harder edges of material reality, including the realities of human relationships. It gives dramatic expression to the two worlds that I feel must be kept in view if a genuine and compelling human story of trauma is to be told. I will try to tell such an integrated material spiritual story in the following pages. We're all accustomed to the familiar world that comes into view through the outward looking eye of this mask. Visible through this eye is sensate material world of outer reality, the ordinary temporal world in which we live most of the time with other people, and in which we struggle daily with demands of life in our fast-paced, outer-directed, consumer-oriented lives. It is also the world of science with a secular material description of human psychology and its developmental understanding of how we come into being as person through our earliest relationships. Part of this new story involves attachment theory, contemporary neuroscience, and realization that early infant-mother interaction actually shaped the human brain, leading to powerful new theories of trauma and its treatment. To tell the story of trauma through the open eye is to emphasize the foundational importance of the infant-mother relationship and the genesis of the self, and the crucial role of reparative body-based emotional experiences in the transference relationship later. Trauma is to be healed through through the open eye insists on evidence and is based on clear research in the relational diet, both infant mother and patient therapist. It relates the interpersonal facts of our history in relationship in their concrete observable detail, without much attention to the private self, which always involves the why or the deeper who of our inner existence. Within this interior world, the great mystics of every age have found a deeper or larger self that provides ground for external life. And living it with sense of depth and meaning. In his book, The Deeper Life, An Introduction to Christian Mysticism, Louis Dupré points to what is revealed by the inner eye of our storyteller if we know how to look. Mystical consciousness assumes that underneath the familiar succession of sensation and reflection, a more permanent self rests in which space and time are transformed into vistas of an inner realm with its own rhythms and perspectives. Full self-knowledge must reach to that deeper dimension hidden below the ordinary consciousness with which we work, talk, and study. For the Christian, it is the point where God and the soul touch, the divine basis on which human selfhood rests. It is what Tauler called the ground of the soul, and Eckhart, the little castle. Catherine of Siena speaks of the interior home of the heart. John of the Cross of the house at rest in darkness and concealment. And these metaphors suggest a secret dwelling where God resides, center of my created being, which remains permanently united with God's creative act, a sanctuary without images, as Plantius called it. The ego's experience of the self is a spiritual event, and no one who has had this experience ever forgets it. Remarkable example of such ego-self encounter are given in chapter 1 through 9. 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. The idea of a second spiritual world lying alongside our ordinary material reality is not widely accepted in scientific circles, and yet it is as old as the human race. Primal peoples all over the world have experienced the sporadic intrusion of higher spiritual powers in their lives, often manifested in unusual events or dreams. Certain individuals in these early traditional cultures experience a visionary call or initiation into the mysteries of the spirit world and return with special wisdom, healing powers, become shamans for their culture. The existence of two worlds was never in question for such aboriginal people, and the shaman was perhaps the most important figure in tribal life precisely because of he or she could negotiate between the worlds. It has even been suggested it is to the early shaman's experience of ecstasy that we should look for the origin of the idea that man is a duality of body and spirit. These developments are essential to our work remaining relevant and grounded. In fact, they even hold out the possibility of restoring the embodied soul to our field, which historically has been preoccupied with this embodied insight and excessively left brain dominated interpretation. Jungian analysis has been especially guilty of this ascent into mentalization and the pursuit of intellectual meaning. Among other things, the new neuroscience studies restore the centrality of affect to our understanding of what really makes for change in psychotherapy, something that takes us back to the early clinical studies of Jung himself, where the role of affect in complex formation was central. If neuroscience is to realize the possibilities of helping to ground our field and make it relevant for the treatment of trauma, it will have to open the fact that for every self-other relational moment in psychotherapy, there's also an inner event. I don't mean an inner event in the wiring or sculpting of the brain, I mean the inner event in the sculpting of the soul. In what Jungians often call the ego, self-relationship, or the ego-self-axis, ego-self-relationship or ego-self-axis. One way we know that the ego-self-axis is implicated in our relational interventions in the pages that follow, I will tell many stories about such moments and describe the dream that follows them. These dreams tell us what is going on in intermediate space within the personality. The space is transitional between what James Grotstein called the ineffable subject of the unconscious and the phenomenal subject of consciousness. In Jung's language, this is the space of or axis between the ego and the self. One reason that our binocular vision is important is that it unites the two worlds of inner and outer reality in a living third thing. Whether we describe this intermediate reality as the analytic third or the paradoxical potential space where we are most alive, or as the transcendent function. The space between our private subjectivity and our intersubjectivity is crucial for understanding the human condition and also for healing places where we have found it intolerable and escape into one world or the other. Our lives become arenas in which different orders of being intersect with us. Wih, keren. Oke. Bentar. Aku nyatet sesuatu yang akan ku tulis di video sih. tepat. Jadi istilahnya Jung untuk individuation. Survivors of early trauma often report that the essential part of themselves has retreated to the spiritual world and found refuge and support there in the absence of such support by any human person. Oke, ini perlu dicatat. 5 forms of early trauma often report that an essential part of themselves has retreated to a spiritual world and found refuge support there in the absence of such support by any human person. We will witness some moving examples of this throughout the book, especially as the inner world of dreams open up in response to affectively charged moments in the therapy relationship. Sometimes the spiritual world gives the trauma survivor privileged access to immaterial realities that remain inaccessible to people who live mostly in one world. Many of these patients have special gifts, psychic power, shamanic vision, or auditory messages from beyond the ego, mystical connection to animal or to nature, access to healing capacities, uncanny intuitive wisdom, artistic talent, etc. On the other hand, sometimes the spiritual also torments the trauma survivor in ways that better adapted people never have to worry about. Sometimes this spiritual world gives the trauma survivor privileged access to immaterial realities that remain inaccessible to people who live mostly in one world. Carl Jung was such a person. As we will see in chapter 7, Jung struggled his whole life divided between these two worlds, suffering a significant early trauma in his childhood. Jung found refuge in inner world with all its beauties and terrors, but at great cost to his outer relationship, to his reputation among psychoanalytic colleagues. Near the end of his long and fruitful life, Jung found his way back to full embodiment and relatedness, while retaining the extraordinary wisdom he had discovered in what he called the world of his number 2 personality. As in our Inuit Mass, the two worlds were finally united in one person who was Carl G. Jung. It is a remarkable story and one we will relate at some length in chapter 7 and in other vignettes throughout the book. In doing so, we will try to show Jung's story and life intelligible only through an appreciation of the two worlds. Has been seriously misunderstood by psychoanalysts, even by someone who understood trauma and the potential space of creative living as deeply as D.W. Winnicott. It is noteworthy that in his professional writing as a psychologist, Jung hesitated to make any statements about ontological status. of what he called God's world, preferring to remain consistently phenomenological, limiting himself to what he and others experience subjectively. Epistemologically, he was cautious. In the following pages, I will follow his example in this regard. When I speak of the soul in this page, I will be referring to vital animating core of our embodied selves, a certain essential something that links us through love to the divine, to each other, and to the exquisite beauties of natural and cultural world. We know the soul when we experience it. And while the soul remains a subjective experience renewed every day in our relationship with people and things, and with the ineffable, it remains a complete mystery no matter what I may say about it in these pages, as the core of our subjectivity is impossible to define objectively. Preferring to live between the worlds, the soul, like quicksilver, slips away as soon as we try to grasp it with language. Similarly, when I speak of a spiritual world full of supernatural powers that seem to be intimately related to soul's life, strengthening it on the one hand or weakening it on the other, I will be speaking of highly subjective realities that appear mostly in dreams or as outpicturing of deeply felt irrational effects within the imaginal realm. The case studies in this book demonstrate many of the subjective realities as the symbolic expression of mythopoetic psyche, collective representation, archetypal images. They are powerfully real, but we will stop short of claiming ontological status for these evanescent form of presences, allowing them their intermediate life between worlds. Jung himself struggled with this question and what kind of reality spiritual experiences occupy. He was impressed that we often experience spiritual powers as mysterious tremendum, inspiring awe and worship of something beyond the ego. To honor this otherness, theoretically, Jung located such experience not in personal unconscious, but in a deeper stratum of the psyche, collective unconscious. And he never tired of pointing out that the spiritual realities of myth and religion were where the psyche was before psychology made it an object of scientific investigation. Self-care system. Oke, ini ada 4 halaman soal definisi trauma dan self-care system menurut orang yang nulis buku ini. Excuse me. Coba kita baca dulu. A relational trauma results from the fact that we are often given more to experience in this life than we can bear to experience consciously. This problem has been around since the beginning of time, but it is especially acute in early childhood where, because of immaturity of the psyche and our brain, we are ill-equipped to metabolize our experience. An infant or young child who is abused, violated, or seriously neglected by a caretaking adult is overwhelmed by intolerable effects that are impossible for it to metabolize, much less understand or even think about. A shock to the psychosomatic unity of the personality threatens to shatter the child to its very core, threatens to extinguish the vital spark of the person, so crucial for the experience of aliveness and so central to the later experience of feeling real. Such as shattering the childhood psyche would be an unimaginable catastrophe, soul murder, as one investigator called it. Dissociative defenses save a vital core of the self while simultaneously losing it. Anjir, ini gimana cara menelaahnya, aku tidak paham anjir. Kayaknya aku butuh Freudian. Apakah Freudian sebuah istilah? Ini mah aku kayaknya udah panas otak sebelum kita akhiri. Niatnya mau sampai jam 4 cuman aduh ini udah panas banget otakku. Jadi karena tadi kita udah nonton Jungian kayak gimana, self, psyche yang terbentuk atas conscious, individual, unconscious, sama collective unconscious membentuk self atau psyche. Kita coba cari Freudian comparison-nya lah biar langsung.
Carl Jung versus Freud, the battle of the unconscious. In the previous segment, I discussed how early psychologists carried out their experiments with animals to understand why they behave the way they do or how to condition animals' behavior. Later on, the experiments were conducted on humans, and the results were the same, that humans too are subject to environmental learning. This approach, pioneered by Ivan Pavlov in Russia but became widely popular in the United States, became known as behaviorism. While behaviorism was an established scientific approach to psychology, in the German-speaking world there was this feeling that lab science truly couldn't explain everything. The human mind was far more mysterious or sophisticated than experiments and labs can truly understand. So this led to another approach in psychology, which became known as psychoanalysis, which has its roots in German structuralism of Wilhelm Wundt, who is considered the father of modern psychology. Instead of relying on behavior, psychoanalysis focused on understanding consciousness through two methods. First, they looked at mental illness and asked why the mind gets sick. Second, they looked at dreams and asked why we dream. This led the early psychoanalysts to the conclusion that consciousness is more complex than we can see or understand. There has to be another level to consciousness which is not readily available to us. This became known as the subconscious or unconscious. Two of the most important psychoanalysts were the Austrian Sigmund Freud and the Swiss Carl Jung. So in this section, I'll discuss their approaches to psychology, their similarities and differences in the battle of the unconscious. While the previous generations of psychologists studied psychology in the lab through experimental psychology, some psychotherapists were in the fields dealing with people with mental problems. So their study was not based on lab experiments on animals or humans, but approached psychology through field observation. At the time, behaviorism was the dominant approach in psychology, to which studies were based on experiments. However, around this time, a new approach to psychology emerged from the field: mental asylums, hospitals, and psychiatry clinics, where psychologists observed their patients and discovered the existence and the power of the subconscious. One of the earliest pioneers of psychoanalysis was the French doctor Pierre Janet, who is credited to having both influenced Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. However, when it comes to establishing psychoanalysis, it's Freud and Jung who stand out. Sigmund Freud, often called the father of psychoanalysis, and the Swiss Carl Jung agreed that the unconscious is perhaps a more powerful part of the consciousness. Despite it,
Kuliah di mana bang? Nih dari kapan nih? Aku gak lihat anjir. BTW welcome kakak Junirio. Aku kuliah di rumah. Nih, terima kasih sudah mampir ya ini.
a similarity in focusing on the unconscious
Lihat
as the best source of understanding the human mind, they also had a
historinya
few differences.
psychoanalysis yang bikin para
Sigmund Freud,
psikologis
who was born in 1856 and died in
berbeda pandangan
1939,
itu
was
dari
a practicing
seginya si
psychotherapist in
Freud
Vienna, the
yang
capital of
lebih ke
Austro-Hungarian
duniawi
Empire, and
semuanya,
one of the most sophisticated
dan
cities
juga
in the world at the time.
ke Jung
Despite its sophistication
yang
and
lebih
wealth, there were a
spiritual.
lot of people with mental issues. But why would such an affluent city have so many people suffering from psychological problems? Materially, people were well off and they had a few worries regarding survival necessities like food and shelter. There had to be something deeper than just material needs we humans crave. With science diminishing religious credibility, people had lost faith in God and church. Now each person had the responsibility to come up with a solid meaning for their lives. It's easier said than done. So Freud realized that there has to be something deeper than we are consciously aware of. He took the task of understanding what lies behind the conscious mind. Just like his predecessors, he took a structuralist approach to the consciousness and came up with a three-level structure: the conscious, the preconscious, and the unconscious. He concluded the unconscious was the deeper well and the source of water and some of our thoughts and experiences. In other words, it's the hidden unconscious beast that determines some of what we think and do. In philosophy, Schopenhauer called it the blind will. I should also point out that both Schopenhauer and Freud were influenced by Hindu philosophy, more specifically the concept of Maya, which is very complex, but simply put, it means that the world we believe in is nothing but an illusion or a mask we put on as we go through the cycle of reincarnation. Atman or Brahman, on the other hand, is the unchanging reality or the true self, which can only be understood through vigorous meditation and conscious understanding. In Hinduism, Maya is the perceived reality. Atman or Brahman is the true reality, which is also the conscious reality. Schopenhauer called the true reality will, and the perception of this will as representation. In other words, we know the reality is often an illusion, and the truth lies somewhere deeper, only revealed to us through active digging, i.e. meditation or being conscious in the present. Freud, as a clinician, came across patients who suffered from hysteria. He quickly learned that when patients were asked to describe their fantasies or hallucinations, the mere act of expressing those thoughts alleviated them from the illness. He concluded that many mental illnesses such as anxiety, phobias, hysteria, paranoia were caused by a bad experience in the past that were stored in the unconscious. Instead of forgetting those traumas, the patients must have kept them somewhere in their unconscious memory. In other words, our experiences do not go away but stay with us, often hidden from our conscious mind. It was not external forces such as God or destiny that drove the human mind to madness, but it was all internal. It was here that Freud understood the power as well as the scope of unconscious mind in our conscious life. The conscious mind is just a tiny part of our psyche. There's a whole new world that sits beneath the conscious mind and makes some of our decisions and determines some of our experiences. Just like an iceberg, consciousness is just the tip and always at the mercy of what's hidden. However, it's somewhat dynamic process between conscious, preconscious, and unconscious. Just like an iceberg that floats, it reveals different parts at different times. While science and technology were making the lives of Europeans more comfortable and predictable, the unconscious mind was the source of all the chaos that a person may experience. In other words, no matter how orderly and safe the outside world is, the unconscious mind is the main source of our psychological problems, often caused by things that happened to us long time ago in our past, in some cases in our ancestral past. The unconscious is also the place where our deepest animalistic urges reside. For example, our instinctive and often unlimited desire for food and sex. As Schopenhauer said, quote, "Life swings like a pendulum backward and forward between pain and boredom." In the unconscious mind, according to Freud, there is no freedom of expression, but a lot of repressed memories and suppressed emotions. I should also point out that this is modern condition because in the olden days, people confessed their inner turmoils, guilt, or suppressed memories during a church confession, or people were much closer to their families and communities so they could confide in those around them. But in big cities like Vienna, where more people were living closer, the emotional distance was much wider. It was far more difficult to confide to anyone. This has not changed. Today, most people live in big cities, yet we feel lonelier than ever. While these conflicts occur down below, on the conscious level, it causes us a lot of pain, suffering, and even grave mental illnesses because they find no venue to vent out. It's like living in a flat and you're surrounded by noisy neighbors who constantly find and make noise, and there's no escape. At some point, you lose it and you go back on their doors. Our unconscious runs a titanic battle between opposing forces, your wants hitting brick walls, your urges unanswered, which can cause turmoil. Of course, our rational conscious mind tries to tame the beast, but we are not always successful. When the rational conscious mind gets overwhelmed, we experience mental problems. So how to cope with the problems of the unconscious mind? Freud offered a really unique treatment. It was so simple that it became revolutionary. He didn't invent the wheel. He simply copied a century-old method. For hundreds of years, people went to church to confess their sins. The mere act of talking was enough to alleviate them from the pain of guilt or trauma they were holding inside. The mere act of expression unburdened them from their emotional turmoil. Freud did the same. He opened the church. No, he asked his patients to relax on a comfy chair and talk, which became known as psychotherapy, or simply the talking cure. Today, millions of people, mostly in wealthy countries, get their treatment from their therapists. In poor countries, people either cannot afford, or perhaps a more reasonable explanation is that life on the outside is harder than the inside. So when you are survival mode, your mind is focused on living another day. Your mind has less time to create problems for you internally. But when we have plenty of food and live comfortable life, the fight moves inside our psyche. Freud noticed that civilization was one of the leading causes of more mental illnesses as it limited individual freedom as an aggressive animal. In the wild, mental illness is perhaps not on your priority list as you battle elements and wild animals. This became the basis of Michel Foucault's philosophy that madness and civilization go hand in hand. I should also mention that the talking cure was as much about letting it out, but also it was about someone listening to you. Most of us live lonely lives in big cities, so having someone who listens to you alone, without you shouting, is incredibly powerful. So your therapist is doing the job of your partner, parents, friends, or colleagues who don't listen to you. So therapy is as much about letting things out as it is about having someone who can lend you their time and listening ears.
Aku gini, itu keren banget ya kalau Christianity. Ya, Christianity itu bikin confession booth, confession apa itu tadi istilahnya, aku lupa. Buat jemaatnya fan out kepada manusia lain, which yang Freud bilang tadi, selama dia bisa mengutarakan apa yang menjadi keluhan anxiety dan lain sebagainya, itu mental problem mereka bakal bisa terkurangi gitu. Sedangkan dia sendiri juga bilang ada yang namanya transference sama counter transference yang bahkan bikin proses ventingnya tadi berdampak bisa negatif. Kalau di Islam kita ventingnya kepada Allah yang bukan manusia, jadi kepada Tuhan langsung, which in theory sejalan sama Freud, yang mana kita bisa mengutarakan apa yang menjadi anxiety kita. Wow, sangat kreatif, imajinatif, unbelievable, anjay. Tapi terkadang kita perlu suatu, enggak juga sih, pengakuan dosa ya di sini. I don't know. Jadi butuhkah kita ngobrol sama orang? Kita memang butuh didengarkan. Bingung. Aku ngomong apa sih?
Of course, in modern time, you have to pay for that service. Freud's proofs. Freud's theory of the unconscious sounds neat, but what evidence did he show that we truly have an unconscious mind? He offered 4 pieces of evidence. If volcanoes and hot springs are evidence of molten rock beneath the Earth's crust, then there ought to be some evidence for the unconscious mind too. Freud's first evidence of the unconscious mind was mental illnesses experienced by his patients. They were physically healthy, so why should they suffer from these unknown psychological problems? He listened to them describe their mental state and their childhood memories. In other words, they were experiencing hysteria or hallucinations, often very randomly. This proved to Freud that there must be an underlying unconscious. Freud's second piece of evidence of the unconscious mind was dreams. We all dream. It's universal among all humans, young, old, men, women, across all cultures. For Freud, dreams are how our unconscious mind is communicating to us about our deeper urges and wishes, often repressed wishes from childhood. Freud's third piece of evidence is our verbal mistakes. He argued that our repressed wishes also come to us through simple verbal mistakes, which we know today as Freudian slip, which is another way to understand the unconscious. Our conscious mind fights to keep certain things at bay, but from time to time, we involuntarily give out what we really desire. For example, instead of saying, "I like your books," you might say, "I like your boobs," if you're attracted to the woman. I've done it. Finally, Freud also studied expression in general. For example, a lot of novelists write fictional tales, but often don't even sell or don't even show them to anyone. Freud called this an act of catharsis. You express simply because you cannot bring yourself to tell people how you feel. In other words, you're letting out your suppressed emotions in stories. Storytelling or writing is so powerful as a method of catharsis that sometimes it's used to treat mentally ill patients, as it allows them to let it out. Catharsis also happens when you read a book or watch a movie, as you feel a release when the characters you relate to in the story gets what he or she wants. So novelists and storytellers act as our therapists, as they allow us to express what we feel inside but cannot express. Either we don't have the words for it or feel socially restricted. Today, online comments is one way of such release.
Catharsis, ya. Catharsis. Catharsis. Letting out all bottled up emotion.
Freud's childhood. For Freud, childhood memories were the most powerful ones sitting in the unconscious. Why? As we grow up, we have to leave our childish behaviors, feelings, memories behind. But we cannot really leave them behind. Instead, we leave them trapped inside us. We suppress them. A great example is the American novel The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger, about an angry young man who refuses to grow up because he sees grown-ups acting fake. Children are very honest, but as they grow up, they are expected to be nice and polite, which means often being fake. So part of this facade of niceness is suppressed expressions, which means most of social situations you cannot be truly yourself. Another element of modern life is the value of predictability. From trains to work hours, everything is meant to be predictable like a machine. Yet the unconscious is often volatile, chaotic, and restless. Our conscious mind has to reconcile the inner turmoil with the predictable outside world. It's like taming a wild beast to behave in a world run like a factory. This struggle takes a huge mental toll as our unconscious and rational mind tries to calm or suppress our unconscious, a pool of urges and chaos. Hence, more and more people break down under the weight of modern demand to keep a tap on their emotions. For millions of years, we have evolved animals that roam the wild and now live in urban boxes. While most of us can adapt to this life, some cannot. To sum up, Sigmund Freud drew on philosophers such as Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, and other psychologists, as well as Hindu philosophy, to understand that beneath the rational conscious mind lies a much powerful unconscious. He observed patients suffering from hysteria and other mental illnesses and allowed his patients to talk about their deep desires and fantasies. To understand the unconscious, he also studied dreams as well as slips of the tongue to reveal the hidden urges we suppress in our unconscious. While Freud understood the power of society and civilization on the individual, he mainly focused on the individual psychology, his or her own unconscious, his or her own suppressed memories, his or her own suppressed emotions, his or her own childhood. As a result, he neglected the group, society, or the collective side of our consciousness. Here comes another giant of psychoanalysis, Carl Jung, who built on Freud's individual-centered psychology with a more collectivistic psychology.
All right.
Carl Jung was born in 1875 and died in 1961. He was a Swiss psychologist who became very close to Sigmund Freud, but later they parted ways after some disagreements. While Freud was interested in the individual, what went on their subconscious, their childhood, and their inner struggles, Jung looked outside. He was interested in the commonalities that we all have despite our cultural or religious differences. In other words, there are certain similar myths and symbols that all humans share irrespective of their cultural backgrounds. While your own childhood experiences are stored in your own individual memory, the common myths and symbols are stored in what he termed as the collective memory as part of the collective unconsciousness. These collective memories are not the result of your own individual experiences, but inherited from our distant ancestors, passed down to us from generation to generation. Despite slight variations, these myths and symbols are more or less the same in all cultures. In other words, a large part of our psyche or conscious mind is filled by the memories of our ancient ancestors, just like some software. While each individual hardware is different, but we often share the same software. To really understand Jung's theory, we can look at it through philosophy. The Greek philosopher Plato thought everything that exists in the physical world are mere shadows of the form that only exists in the mind. The mind is primary and outside world is a mere shadow of that mind. Later in the 17th and 18th centuries in Europe, rationalists believed that humans have an innate knowledge of the world. As babies grow up, this innate knowledge simply unfolds itself so that we make sense of the world. Carl Jung's theory of the collective unconscious is somewhat similar. We have inherited most of our unconscious memories and archetypes from our ancestors. As we grow up, we simply unfold those memories to make sense of our personal experiences and build a persona of our own in the world. In other words, most of our psychology is given to us at birth. As we grow up, that psychology merely unravels itself in our unconscious to guide us through life. For better or worse, the inherited psyche or the collective unconscious manifested in myths and symbols determines a lot of our beliefs, experiences, and emotions. Jung called these symbols and myths as archetypes that are molded inside us prior to our birth. In other words, archetypes are like templates or windows for us to understand our own experiences in life. But interestingly, we're not aware that they are given to us. In other words, we are not conscious of these archetypes. We often think of them as somewhat naturally our own. Just as your genes are passed down to you through your ancestors, these memories are passed down through cultural archetypes. If your DNA is the memory of your genes, the archetypes are your collective cultural memories. You could make a connection between Jung's archetypes and Richard Dawkins' theory of memes. Just as genes spread through offspring, memes spread in the same way. So not only do we have a genetic memory of our past ancestors, we also possess the unconscious collective memories of the early humans. To fully understand Jung, let's go back to philosophy. In the 18th century, Immanuel Kant argued that our knowledge of the world comes through our experiences. But not only that, we have an innate mechanism of rationality that puts a structure onto the world. In other words, we are not passive receivers of knowledge from the outside, we impose our own mental structure on the world. Jung's archetypes are somewhat similar in that through these archetypes and our collective memory, we make better sense of the experiences in the world. Archetypes sit in our unconscious mind to give us patterns so our experiences and emotions appear meaningful to us. In the same way we have the capacity to learn a language, we also come pre-assembled with the capacity to relate to archetypes and stories, which ensures our survival within a group in a similar fashion as our physical features like eyes, ears, nose allow us to make sense of the physical world. Our capacity for storytelling allows us to navigate society and culture. Just like Freud, Jung also belonged to the structural school of psychology, so he saw consciousness or the human psyche as a structure divided into three parts: the ego, the personal unconscious, and the collective unconscious. The ego is the rational or conscious side of our psyche that regulates our daily lives. It's like a control mechanism, like steering wheel in a car. The personal unconscious, which Freud mainly focused on, includes our own individual memories, including repressed memories and suppressed emotions from our childhood. The collective unconscious, which Jung mainly focused on, is where the archetypes we have inherited from our ancestors are stored. Just as Freud provided dreams as evidence of the existence of the unconscious, Jung too used dreams as evidence of the collective unconscious. In other words, our dreams are like windows into our past collective memories, be it in early humans or even apes who lived in trees or even farther in the past. But Jung's most sophisticated evidence or his most important contribution to psychology didn't come from material science or lab science, but from storytelling or literature. Window to the collective unconscious. While Freud looked at mental illnesses, dreams, verbal mistakes, and cathartic expression as evidence of the unconscious mind, what was Jung's evidence for the collective unconsciousness? In other words, how did he know we are wired to relate to archetypes? Jung looked at one activity that we all humans share: storytelling. From a very early age, children are mesmerized by stories, and even in adulthood, we love stories. Why? Because stories not only teach us, they also have a deep emotional impact on us. Stories teach us about the world through other people's mistakes and triumphs, but they also emotionally bond us with others. Just as we bond over food, we also bond over stories. The first time we meet people, we are desperate to know who they are and what their story is. In fact, you could argue that most religions establish themselves through stories, at the heart of which is the story of creation and heaven and hell. Even in the age of science, we humans crave for science to explain to us the story of our origin through scientific evidence. Most tribes, communities, societies, even empires were built upon stories and myths. Without a common myth, it's hard to unite an empire or a community. In fact, we humans crave for meaning in our lives. How do you find meaning? Through the stories we tell ourselves. Every morning we wake up and go to work because we believe in a story that our life is moving somewhere. Depression or anxiety result when we lose faith in our life's story. So, our life's meaning is closely tied to the stories we tell ourselves. Some believe in religions, some in success, some in love, some in social justice. These are all stories that give people's lives meanings. Nations are built on stories. Patriotism or nationalism is a story in which people inside the country believe in that country being the best or better than other ones, or people often talk of morale among soldiers. It simply means they are losing faith in the story told to them. So story and belief are closely tied like conjoined twins. Great storytellers and filmmakers are the ones who tell believable stories that are convincing. Jung found that storytelling is where archetypes live. In other words, archetypes are common and recurrent characters in all stories. Some of the examples Jung gives us are the wise old man, the wise old woman, the hero, the father, the mother, the devil, and so forth. If you look at myths and stories, you can find many of these archetypes throughout the world. Jung even called the masculine and feminine as archetypes, which he called animus and anima. We are born with both masculine and feminine traits, so as we grow into an archetype depending on our sex. The strong masculine man is craved by females and the soft feminine woman craved by males. In other words, these are refined characters through the river of history. Just as pebbles are refined by running water over the years and centuries and millennia, these archetypes are refined characters through 1,000 years of human evolution. So these archetypes are not the results of our conscious mind, but the collective unconscious. If a woman loves to read about a strong masculine man, like in 50 Shades of Grey, not because it's a Western concept, but it is because females on the unconscious level are hardwired to seek such archetypes as a mate. In the same way the male psychology craves a feminine woman. Why archetypes? Now you might ask why these archetypes came about. The simple answer is in our evolutionary biology, as a living organism or animal, we face predators and prey. We face survival challenges. How we behave when faced with these survival challenges define our archetypes. So archetypes are wired into our DNA because they allowed us to survive and pass on those genes to others. Archetypes are our survival instincts written in stories. The same rule applies to stories themselves. Only stories that have resonated with most humans have survived through centuries. As Italo Calvino said, folk tales or legends are told and retold that they have become smooth like pebbles by the time they arrive to us. In other words, the longer a story or myth survives, the more bare-bone or their essential elements remain. So one can say that these archetypes are the essential characters in the survival of our species as they guide each generation to survive, thrive, and successfully reproduce. Not only do these archetypes guide us in life to make sense of our own experiences, they also play a role in our personality. In fact, we unconsciously use the archetypes to display a persona of our own to the world. When we present ourselves to others, we are careful to show some bits and hide other bits. Not only that, we are also selective about what to show depending on where we are. We might take a different persona in the presence of a beautiful woman who we are romantically interested in. But in the presence of our family members or friends, we put out a different persona altogether. The same when we go to a job interview, we present our strongest side. The Japanese have a concept called hone and tatemai. Hone means your true self and the one you show inside your own house. Tatemai is a persona you show to others or a social facade. They are vastly different. Jung calls this public self or archetype the persona. But there's also the part that we don't want the world to know. Jung calls it the shadow, which is the opposite of the persona. It sits in the dark and we do everything to hide it from others. These are our secrets and suppressed urges or thoughts. In storytelling, it's the villain. In the religions, the devil. We tend to associate the shadow with others and rarely with ourselves. The bad guys are always someone else and rarely ourselves. For example, throughout history in all warfare, both sides call the other side as the bad guys or villains or evils. Amid all these archetypes, Jung argued that our life's ultimate goal is to realize the true self, which is the most important archetype. Martin Heidegger called it authenticity, which he argued can be achieved if we truly understand and accept death as a necessary condition of life. For Jung, finding the true self needs a lot of work. Just like in Hinduism, it can only be achieved through consciously seeking it. Jung says, by understanding the unconscious, we free ourselves from its domination. So to sum up, while Freud argued that the unconscious, which includes collected memories, traumas, suppressed emotions from our childhood, determine most of our behavior and experiences in life, Jung went a step further, saying that it's not just our own individual unconscious memories, but also the collective unconscious memories we inherit from our ancestors. So the unconscious is not just our own, but also those who came before us. Just as Freud and Jung were active before the Second World War, the landscape changed quite a bit after the war, with the invention of crucial piece of technology. In fact, this technology was invented precisely to be used in the war to break the German intelligence. It was a computer. With computers came rationality and cognitive ability. So far, I have discussed psychological schools and approaches and trying to understand the human mind. But in the next segment, I'll look at the solutions to psychological problems. Two distinctive approaches emerged as a way to combat psychological problems. In the German-speaking world, psychotherapy emerged as a talking cure and cathartic expressions. In the Anglo-Saxon world, cognitive psychology emerged as a way to make people more empowered through intellectual stimulation. So in the next segment, I'll discuss psychotherapy, and in the following segment, I'll talk about cognitive psychology or cognitive psychotherapy.
Keren banget videonya, mantap sih. Gimana caranya ngefavorit dah? Save. Ya, fav pokoknya. Favorit banget. Oke, jadi ternyata aku sadar ya, ternyata yang harusnya aku cari itu psikologi menurut Freud, bukan Jung. Kalau mau ngeriset tentang Caligula effect ya. Jadi mungkin next time kita coba perdalam soal Freud. Ya, gitu saja dulu. Aku mau istirahat. Bye-bye.